محمد وآل محمد صلوات. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. I would like to request Brother Mahdi Saadi to begin our program tonight with the recitation of the Holy Quran. Please invite him with a loud salawat. Allahumma.
صلوا على محمد وآل محمد. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. كافها يا عين صاد. ذكر رحمة ربك عبده زكريا إذ نادى ربه نداء خفيا قال رب إني وهن العظم مني واشتعل الرأس شيبا ولم أكن بدعائك رب شقيا وإني خفت الموالي من ورائي وكانت امرأتي عاقرا فهب لي من لدنك وليا يرثني ويرث من آل يعقوب واجعله رب رضيا يا زكريا بغلام اسمه يحيى لم نجعل له من قبل سميا قال رب أنى يكون لي غلام وكانت امرأتي عاقرا وقد بلغت من الكبر عتيا قال كذلك قال ربك هو علي هين وقد خلقتك من قبل ولم تك قال رب اجعل لي آية قال آيتك ألا تكلم الناس 3 ليال سويا فخرج على قومه من المحراب فأوحى إليهم أن سبحوا بكرة وعشيا يا يحيى خذ الكتاب بقوة وآتيناه الحكم صبيا وحنانا من لدنا وزكاة وكان تقيا وبرا بوالديه ولم يكن جبارا عصيا وسلام عليه يوم ولد ويوم يموت ويوم يبعث حيا واذكر في الكتاب مريم إذ انتبذت من أهلها مكانا شرقيا فاتخذت من دونهم حجابا فأرسلنا إليها روحنا فتمثل لها بشرا سويا قالت إني أعوذ بالرحمن منك إن كنت تقيا قال إنما أنا رسول ربك لأهب لك غلاما زكيا قالت أنى يكون لي غلام ولم يمسسني بشر ولم أك بغيا قال كذلك قال ربك هو علي هين ولنجعله آية للناس ورحمة منا وكان أمرا مقضيا صدق الله العلي العظيم صلوا على محمد وآل محمد.
Thank you, Mahdi, for that beautiful recitation. Let's all recite another loud salawat for him. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Respected Shaykh, elders, brothers, and sisters, Assalamu alaikum. Just a few reminders before I request Shaykh Mahdi to begin his speech for tonight. There will be multiple presentations tonight, inshallah. One will happen after Shaykh Mahdi's speech, before Salat. The next one will happen after Iftaar, before the start of the short Amal, inshallah. After the end of the long Amal tonight, we will be serving Suhoor for those who would like to stay. Please register with the link in the WhatsApp chat, as it helps us order for the right number and helps avoid wastage. There's no program tomorrow, inshallah. Our next program at City of Knowledge is on Friday, March 28th. On Saturday, the following Saturday, we'll have our Chandrat festival, inshallah. Those program details will be sent over the WhatsApp chat. Jazakallah to all that have donated to City of Knowledge. We do not do any fundraising between programs. It is requested to all who can to please help us reach our goal and donate as much as you can. Next, I would like to thank Shaykh Mahdi for speaking these last couple nights. Let's all recite a loud salawat for him. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Before I request the Shaykh to begin his speech, I would like to request that we recite a Surah Fatiha for the marhumin of tonight's program sponsors. Let us all include our marhumin and the marhumin of the Ummah. I would now like to request Shaykh Mahdi to please begin with a loud salawat. Allah.
Sister Mehnas. الفاتحة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله الذي لا يبلغ مدحته القائلون ولا يحصي نعماءه العادون ولا يؤدي حقه المجتهدون الذي لا يدركه بعد الهمم ولا يناله غوص الفطن الذي ليس لصفته حد محدود ولا نعت موجود ولا وقت معدود ولا أجل ممدود أما بعد فقد قال الله الحكيم في محكم كتابه الكريم أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم ولئن شئنا لنذهبن بالذي أوحينا إليك ثم لا تجد لك به علينا وكيلا إلا رحمة من ربك إن فضله كان عليك كبيرا صدق الله العلي العظيم صلوات اللهم صل على محمد. For the love of our beloved Prophet and his beloved progeny, a second loud salawat. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. For the hastening in the return of our beloved 12th Imam, a third final loud salawat. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. Inshallah, tonight we're going to continue with part 2 on our discussion on arrogance and another one of the deadly vices that can come into the life of the human being. Yesterday we mentioned that kibr in our narrations has been tied directly to the concept of disbelief and kufr and ilhad. That's why we went over the narration of the 6th Imam where he said the lowest level of disbelief, the lowest level of kufr is in fact a person who carries arrogance in his heart. And there are 3 different levels for this kibr that a person can carry. Sometimes he is arrogant when it comes to accepting the existence of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's a difficult pill for him to swallow that he is in fact born without any capabilities. And he will leave this world at an old age while losing many of these capabilities. At the second level, he had kibr when it came to the teachings of the prophets of Allah by either undermining them or at times belittling them and taking away from their significance. And at the third level, one can carry kibr in his heart when it comes to the other servants of Allah. And we mentioned that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is very particular when it comes to this third form of kibr. Why? Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has told us in the narrations that his creation are those who are under his authority. He has taken on their affairs. And if a person comes and wants to make life difficult for the servants of Allah, he is now dealing with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala directly because he is in charge of their affairs. We went through a number of problems that kibr brings about, the great punishments that it brings about, how it is completely at odds and against going into heaven and entering into heaven, as well as how difficult it can make life for the human being. The more arrogant I am in life, the easier it is for me to get angry at the incidents that take place in my life. We mentioned in order to remove this from my heart, at the first level, I have to remember my insignificance. If I realize how insignificant I am, at least on a physical level in this world, it becomes easier for me to deal with the difficulties of life. We mentioned Allama Tabatabai and how this brought patience to a great scholar like him. And at the second level, we mentioned that of those things that can remove arrogance from my heart is remembering that whatever blessing it is that is making me arrogant when it comes to others is a blessing that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can potentially take away from me in a moment. We went through the story of that scholar who sat there and arrogantly rejected the request of the old lady, only to find out later that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala had taken away his knowledge in a split second. Tonight, inshallah, we'll continue with the rest of the solutions on the topic of arrogance, as well as moving on to the seventh and maybe the deadliest of all vices that shaitan comes up with after you've taken care of the previous 6 vices. Tonight, inshallah, we'll continue with this topic by posing the following questions. Number 1, which verse of the Quran is it that makes it very clear to us that the Prophet of Allah, even someone like him, could lose the blessings that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has granted to him if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wills, and if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala finds him to have turned away from his creator. Number 2, how can I combat my arrogance? By remembering the fact that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can take these blessings away from me at any given point. Number 3, what did the first Imam Ali say about a person who is arrogant, and the fact that his arrogance stems from the idea that he forgets his final destination and the grave that we will all end up in. Number 4, what are the different forms and ways that arrogance can potentially show itself in? Number 5, what is that deadly vice that comes towards me with shaitan after I have removed all of the other 6 vices from myself, and one that religious individuals are more vulnerable to at times than non-religious individuals? And number 6, and finally, how did the Ahlul Bayt and Imam as-Sajjad show us that during these nights, the most important thing for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is to approach him with a heart that is empty of arrogance and with a broken heart, especially on the night of the 23rd of the month of Ramadan. Tonight, inshallah, we'll go through these 6 questions with a loud salawat ala Muhammadin wa ali Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad. The second solution to the arrogance that I carry in my heart is to remember Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can take these blessings away from me. I have beauty. Because of this beauty, I feel like I can be arrogant towards others. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, if he decides to, can take that beauty away. Yes. I have fame. If Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala decides to, he can turn that fame into a punishment immediately. We read in Dua Kumail, "O Allah, forgive those sins of mine, tughayyirun ni'am." Forgive those sins of mine that can take blessings and turn them into what? Turn them into a punishment. So if I have fame and I begin to misuse it, I have to understand Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can take that fame and turn it into a punishment for me. He can take that wealth, he can turn it into a punishment for me. Nobody is an exception to this rule. Even the Prophet of Allah was not an exception to this rule. And sometimes you find the Quran speaks with this harsh tone when it comes to the Prophet. Ya Rasulullah, if you don't walk in the right direction, even you will receive our punishment. Of course, the Prophet never did this, but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala spoke to him in very harsh manners so that he would understand that if he went down that road, what it would look like. The Quran said, Ya Rasulullah, if you ever say one word even that doesn't belong to us, and you go out to the people and you say, this is what Allah said, لَقَطَعْنَا مِنْكَ الْوَتِينَ. So we'll remove your head. This will be the end of your life. The greater the status, the greater someone goes up, the bigger the punishment if they fall. Yes, we have to be very careful. We have to be very cautious. And amongst those verses where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala spoke to the Prophet in this direct manner are these verses that we began the lecture with. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells the Prophet, Ya Rasulullah, you're always on the right path. But had you decided to go on the wrong path, had you decided to take a different approach, وَلَئِن شِئْنَا, if we wanted to, لَنَذْهَبَنَّ بِالَّذِي أَوْحَيْنَا إِلَيْكَ, we will take all of revelation away from you. We're not in debt to you. You're in debt to us. So as long as you're on the right path, wonderful, alhamdulillah. If you ever hypothetically decided to take a different route, لَنَذْهَبَنَّ بِالَّذِي أَوْحَيْنَا إِلَيْكَ, we would take away all of this knowledge that you have. وَلَا تَجِدُ لَكَ بِهِ عَلَيْنَا وَكِيلًا. And guess what? When we decide to do that, nobody can stop us. Nobody can stop. You're a prophet of God. You're a prophet of God because you obey. If you begin disobeying, then you don't have that status anymore. إِلَّا رَحْمَةً مِّن رَبِّكَ. The reason why you have this knowledge is because we have this mercy towards you. إِنَّ فَضْلَهُ كَانَ عَلَيْكَ كَبِيرًا. We have a great graciousness when it comes to you, Ya Rasulullah. And it's interesting, this is something we have to ponder about more, because very often we underestimate how quickly life can change. Split second, life can change. I met a brother once in a community I was visiting, and unfortunately the brother was paralyzed, yes? Most of his body was paralyzed, coming on wheelchairs and so on and so forth. During one of the Muharrams I was visiting, he was entering, came and attended the majlis of the third Imam, and I had a conversation with him afterwards. And I said, what happened? What's your story? And he shared his story, but he said this one line that I always carry with myself. I always remember this. He said, Shaykh, life was normal. In a split second, I was paralyzed. It was an accident. Split second, my life changed forever. Now I have this blessing from Allah. Now I'm getting arrogant through it. That can change in a split second. You think you own that blessing. You don't own that blessing. So number one is for me to remember, if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala decides, He can take this away from me at any given point. Number two, the second one is for me to always remember that others also have this blessing that I'm arrogant about. The author of 40 Hadith, Ayatollah Khomeini, he has a beautiful line. He says the one who's arrogant over whatever blessing that he has, yes, whatever it is that he's showing off to others, if he goes out there in the world and makes his search a little bit bigger, he will realize there's people out there who have the same thing as him. In fact, they have more than him. So he's arrogant because he's wealthy. You know why he's arrogant? Because he's only comparing himself to a small group of people. In the 10 group of friends that he has in his small group of friends, she's the most beautiful, for example. She's the most attractive. He's the most attractive. He's the most well-known. Well, if you go a little bit further in the world, if you just open up your scope a little bit, you'll realize, oh, there's a lot of famous people in the world. There's a lot of attractive people in the world. There's a lot of wealthy people in the world. Actually, they're a lot more attractive than I am. The author of 40 Hadith said this very beautifully. He said, one of the reasons behind takabbur is because you're only looking at your own little world. If you just go and begin to look out there, you realize, wow, there's people out there, they have a lot more of this what I have. Actually, it's kind of silly for me to be arrogant, because if they found out that I was arrogant for this amount of this blessing, they would laugh at me. They would say, listen, this is what you're arrogant about. We have twice as much of it. And this happened with one of the students of Shaykh Murtada al-Ansari. May Allah bless his soul. Shaykh Murtada al-Ansari was one of the great scholars of the Hawza. Yes, and he says that there was a student of his, of course, that shares a story, that he was struggling in class. Every time he used to come to the class, and Shaykh Murtada Ansari, of course, his class was a high level. Not everyone could fully grasp it. So the student said, I used to come to the class of Shaykh Murtada. I come to the class of Shaykh Murtada, I see the other students are listening, they're paying attention, so on and so forth, yes. Then he says, one day this really broke my heart. I couldn't really understand what's being said. I'm struggling to understand what's being said. So he says, that night I went home, my heart was broken. I asked Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, oh Allah, if you can do something about this. Yani, I really want to be able to understand the class. So he said, I went to sleep. And at sleep I had a dream. One of the ma'sumin came forward, yes, and he recited in my ear, whispered in my ear, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. He said, I woke up the next morning, things were very different. I went to the class. I said, wow, I understand everything he's saying. Actually, not only do I understand everything he is saying, I actually realize some of the issues in what he's saying. Everything he's saying is not correct, actually. His life changed. Everything he's saying is not correct. So the first class went by. I challenged him a couple times. So what you said here is not correct. What you said here is not correct. And the teacher told me what? Shaykh Murtada turned to me and said, yeah, these are good points, but we're going to get to them later. Don't worry. Don't hold the flow of the class too much, so on and so forth. The student says days pass, and I felt like this knowledge that I have is really a lot. Every time I go to class, multiple times I have an opportunity to challenge Shaykh Murtada al-Ansari. He says, after one of the classes where I challenged Shaykh multiple times, he asked me to stay after the class. He said, don't go. Everyone else is going to leave. You stay. I want to tell you something. So I stayed, and he said, Shaykh Murtada Ansari came closer to me and whispered in my ear. And all he said was this. He said, the one who whispered Bismillah in your ear, whispered all the way to Waladhalin in my ear. Huh? He said, this knowledge that you carry, it's good, but there's no reason to take it and show it off and constantly challenge publicly. And actually, I think this is wrong. And he said, listen, if you open up the scope of your world a little bit, you'll realize the knowledge that you carry in your heart, someone else carries twice as much. Sure, you're comparing yourself to a small group of people. You say, I'm the most knowledgeable. Open up your scope a little bit, your horizons in life a little bit. Then you'll realize, oh, my wealth is actually less than a bunch of other people. My beauty is less than a bunch of other people, and so on and so forth. The other blessings as well. So this is number 2. Number 3, we are told that the way to remove kibr and arrogance from my heart is to remember that we all end up in the grave. If I'm going to end up with the same kafan that you're going to end up with, if I'm going to end up with that same piece of white cloth that you're going to end up with, then what arrogance doesn't make any sense? What arrogance am I carry in my heart? So the first Imam, Ali ibn Abi Talib, salawatullahi wa salamuhu alayhi, he said, "Dha' fakhrak." Set aside your arrogance. That pride that you carry, set it aside. "Wadhkur qabrak." Set aside your arrogance, remember your grave. Because if I remember my grave, and I know that's where I'm going to end up in, then the arrogance kind of becomes very silly at this point, yes? And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, the problem that Fir'aun had is that he forgot his grave. The Quran says the problem with the people of the Pharaoh was that they were arrogant. Why? Because they forgot أَنَّهُمْ إِلَيْنَا رَاجِعُونَ. They forgot that they're going to come back to us. And when you come back to Allah, then the arrogance kind of disappears. All you are is just you and your deeds. So this was the problem with Fir'aun. He forgot. So these are the points I have to keep in mind if I want to remove this arrogance from my heart. So you say, okay, Shaykh, I understand. I want to remove this arrogance from my heart. So from now on, when I go into the gathering, if they ask me to sit here or sit there, I'll sit there. It's not a problem. That means I'm humble. I don't have arrogance in my heart. If I go into the gathering and I see someone, I'm the first one to give them salam. Yes? This is the basic form of arrogance. Arrogance shows itself in a multitude of different ways. Sometimes it comes up in these types of ways. Sometimes it doesn't come up in these ways. Maybe this person is the person who comes forward. He gives salam first. Wherever they tell him to sit, he sits. Actually, he serves others. Not a problem, But this arrogance shows itself elsewhere. The basic form of arrogance we also have in the history of Islam, and this is fundamentally why Surah Abbas was revealed. And we humbly and respectfully disagree with Mufassirin from Ahlul Sunnah who said that yes, this verse of the Quran or this surah of the Quran was revealed because the Prophet was in the masjid one day. Someone came and asked him questions over and over again. Eventually the Prophet got frustrated with him. Abasa wa tawalla. He showed his frustration in his face and he turned away from him. No, we don't believe this. We believe that this happened with regards to someone else. Yes, the Quran is addressing the Prophet of Allah. But the Quran addresses the Prophet of Allah on a lot of other issues as well. Doesn't mean it's the Prophet who's done that. So the Quran said there was this man, according to some Sha'n Nuzuls, there was this man who was blind, Ibn Maktoum. He was blind. He was also poor. And when the Prophet was in the masjid once with some of his companions, Ibn Maktoum came into the gathering. When he entered into the gathering, some of the other people who were acquainted with the Prophet, who were wealthier, they saw this blind man who can't see, who also is poor. He has come. What did this person do? He gathered his clothing a little bit. He said, this one came. And the Quran says, Abasa wa tawalla. This is how important it is. Verses of the Quran were revealed for this. Abasa wa tawalla. He showed his anger. He turned away in an arrogant manner. Why? And ja'ahul a'ma. Because the one who is blind came to him. Always remember this. The more vulnerable the person you show arrogance to, the greater the sin. The more vulnerable, the greater the sin. the greater, God forbid, the punishment from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He wasn't just poor, he was also blind. So now this became a big deal. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala revealed verses of the Quran for it. But this is the basic form of what? Basic form of arrogance. There are other forms that arrogance shows itself as well. Yes, maybe I am the one who gives salam first. But the second form that arrogance can show itself in sometimes is what? Is that when I make a mistake, I never admit to my mistake. Very religious, huh? Pray, fast, dua, all of this. But when I make a mistake, I'm just not going to accept it and agree to it and admit to it. We can argue over it for like 30 minutes, huh? But at the end of the day, I'm going to walk away saying, I don't know if I understand your perspective so much, I actually had some other reason I did this. And deep down, I know it's not true, huh? But, at the end of the day, getting this guy to accept that he made a mistake is very difficult. This is a sign of arrogance. It's a sign of arrogance. Who presented this sign of arrogance and manifested this sign of arrogance in the most clear manner? It was shaitan. Most of us, we attribute shaitan and associate shaitan with what? With the fact that when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told him to do sajda to Adam, he didn't do sajda to Adam, yes? Say, this is why shaitan is who he is today. This is not very accurate. What made shaitan who he is was not that he just missed one sajda. You and I miss many sajdas. Many mornings, we may not wake up for fajr. Many other times, maybe shaitan tricks me. I don't go and do sajda for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yes? What made shaitan who he is was not that he missed a sajda. What made shaitan who he is that he forever arrogantly justified it. Never admitted to it. Never said, oh Allah, it was my fault. No. So when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told him, you've done this wrong thing, فَهْبِتْ minha, leave this garden that represents heaven, what did he say? Rabbi, فَبِمَا أَغْوَيْتَنِي, because you tricked me, I'm going to go and misguide the rest of your servants. Allah tricked you. Yeah, Allah tricked me. It wasn't my fault. What made shaitan who he was not just missing a sajda. It was the arrogance that he carried in his heart to never admit to missing a sajda. This is why tawbah is so important. So this guy's very religious, but it's impossible for you to get him ever, not in one particular scenario, ever to accept that he was wrong. This is arrogance. Maybe it's packaged in a different way, but this is a form of arrogance. Of the other forms of arrogance that you can also find is that this person, he doesn't accept feedback from others. He doesn't accept advice from others. The moment they come and tell him, hey, maybe you should have done this way. Maybe you should have done this, that. Either he blows up or he starts labeling the other person. Either he or she blows up. Why are you telling me this? Why do you hate me this? I thought you were my friend. I am your friend. This is why I'm telling you. I'm your friend. That's why I'm being honest with you. Appreciate it. Or he turns around and labels the other person. You know why you're saying this? Because you're jealous of me. This is the characteristic of the munafiqun. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, the munafiqun were like this. When the Prophet would tell them, on this expedition, you cannot join us, they used to say, bal tahsudunana. You know why they're telling us not to come? Because they're jealous of us. And how often have you found people who they're doing something horribly wrong, and you come to them and you tell them, and he doesn't even say, listen, I understand your perspective, but I disagree. No, he says, you know why you're telling me this? Because you're jealous of my success. This is scary. This is scary. I've seen religious people do this all the time. Look at the feedback. Think about it on its own merits. Don't sit there and just dismiss it. You're closing the path to your own growth in life. He doesn't accept advice. His parents come to him, his mother comes to him, his father comes to him, tells him something, he doesn't listen. He doesn't care. Then 10 years later, his friend, who doesn't even know half as much as his parents, come and tell him the same thing, He says, wow, what amazing advice. He hears it on a podcast, some haram police podcast he hears. Amazing advice. Baba, your parents were telling you this for the past 20 years. You had arrogance in your heart. You couldn't accept it. Your spouse was telling you this for the past 20 years. You weren't accepting it. So not accepting the advice of others can also be a form of what? A form of arrogance. Okay, Having said all of this, as much as I have to be careful about my own arrogance, there's something else I have to also be important or careful about. And that is this: arrogance is terrible. It's horrible. But I also have to be careful not to judge about other people, whether they are arrogant or they're not. Did you see how he came and left? He's arrogant. Did you see when I said salam to him and then he responded, but he didn't continue the conversation? He's arrogant. You see, he started his business and then his business failed. You know why? Arrogance. Judging the intentions of another person, you have to be very cautious there. Listen, if you have enough evidence that you can put your hand on the Quran and swear, Bismillah, go ahead. That's between you and Allah. But 99% of the time, I don't have that much evidence. I can guess, I can say maybe, but it's haram for me to come forward and immediately label someone as arrogant. I've seen this many times. You know why he wasn't successful in his life? Because he was arrogant. How do you know he was arrogant? Because one time he was walking, I said salam to him, he didn't respond to me. Arrogant. It's going to take a lot more evidence than that. You're probably going to need evidence over like 5-10 years to point to someone and say, you know what, this person might be arrogant. It's not a simple thing to point to someone and say this person is arrogant. Judging people's intentions is something you have to be very cautious about. You can always judge people's actions. You can say this person walked in front of me, he didn't respond to my salam. Okay. But tying it to their intentions, that's a lot of assumption you're making now. You have to be very cautious about this. Okay, so now I am working on myself to remove this arrogance from myself, I reach a point where now I've hopefully listened to all 7, 8, 9 lectures of Shaykh Mahdi, I say all of these vices I've removed from my heart. Jealousy, I've removed from my heart. Mira, I've removed from my heart. Anger, I've removed from my heart, Even arrogance, I've removed from my heart. So then you say, we're done, But then shaitan has one last trick. The last trick of shaitan is this. He comes and whispers in your ears. He says, MashaAllah, Subhanallah. You've removed arrogance, mira, jealousy, even kibr you've removed. You're not arrogant like some of these other people. So guess what? You're better than other people. You're better than other people. This, they call it ujb. It's different from arrogance. Arrogance is what? The difference between arrogance and ujb is this. Arrogance is when I give people the feeling that I'm better than them, but I do it outwardly. I speak to them in a way that I put them down, I don't give salam, whatever the case might be. This is arrogance. Ujb, it has no outward indication. Actually, outwardly, I act humble. But deep down, I'm thinking, look, I'm acting humble. This guy's not acting humble. I'm better than him. Actually, I'm better than a lot of people here. Which one of them is this aware to be humble when he comes into the masjid? None of them. So I must be better than them. This is the last trap of shaitan. After you removed all the other traps, then he comes and says, because you removed those other traps, this means you're amazing. So you must be better than others. Now you're back in the trap again. This is the problem with shaitan. Ujb means I'm impressed with myself. And ujb can show its way again in different ways. At the first level, ujb shows itself by this person saying, I have a greater status in the eyes of Allah. He doesn't show it, Actually, he's very kind with people. He's very nice with people. When he comes in, maybe he goes and he puts the shoes together. People, the servants of Allah have come to his masjid. Let me serve them. But deep down he's thinking, because I'm serving, I'm better. So number one, it shows itself by, I'm better than other people. I have a greater status than Allah, than other individuals. And the sign of this is what? The sign of this is that he always has husnul dhan when it comes to his own actions. And he always has su'ud dhan when it comes to the actions of others. So everyone is donating, But when he donates, he says, yeah, but my intention is different. My intention is pure. Husnul dhan when it comes to himself. Gives himself the benefit of the doubt all the time, When it comes to others, he says, yeah, but other people give, but their intention's probably not that pure. What do we know? Maybe he's doing it for this reason. Maybe he's doing it for that reason. What about your intention? No, my intention is pure. Always benefit of the doubt when it comes to himself. He doesn't scrutinize his own intentions. When it comes to others, scrutinize down to the dots. Yeah, but you do it for this reason or that reason, or I don't know. This is the sign of this person. The first form that ujba, being impressed with yourself, shows itself as what? So I assume I'm better. That shows itself in how I judge the actions of others. When it comes to them, I scrutinize. When it comes to myself, I say, no, inshallah, the intention was pure. It was good to go. It's not a problem at all. This is at the first level. Aloud salawat, please. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad wa ala. At the second level, when it comes to his relationship with Allah, he graduates from this first level. He reaches a point, and this is scary. When it comes to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he reaches a point where he feels like, you know what? I've done everything God asked me to do. I'm not in debt to God anymore. I have no shortcomings when it comes to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He told me to pray, I pray. He told me to go to Hajj, I go to Hajj. He told me to fast, I fast. Perfect servant standing in front of you. He reaches a point where he doesn't feel in debt to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now this might sound to us like something that's very far, but shaitan, he goes step by step. Yeah, at the age of 20, he just gets you to think that, you know what, you're probably a little bit better than others. By the age of 70, then you're reaching this point. The shaitan goes step by step. He doesn't go all of a sudden, yes? God forbid, may Allah protect us. So the narrations tell us what? If any servant comes and worships Allah, and he has this idea that his actions are good enough for Allah, he's disrespected Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And in fact, the narrations tell us nobody enters into heaven because of their actions. Nobody enters into heaven because of their actions. Because whatever they did is not enough when you compare it to what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is expecting of this individual, what he's worthy of. Out of his mercy, he's lowered his standards. That's why he says, yeah, you can go to heaven, so on and so on. Technically, he's worthy of a lot greater than this. So the Prophet of Allah told his companions, he said, nobody, lan yadkhula, lan means never, lan yadkhula al-jannata, ahadan amaluhu. Never do the actions of a person have him enter into heaven. They said, wala anta ya Rasulullah, how about you? I mean, you do a lot of amazing things. He said, wala ana, not even me. Illa, except if the mercy of Allah comes and is added to his actions, then he can enter into heaven. Otherwise, at the end of the day, your actions are going to add up. Your actions have a lot of holes in them. They will never be worthy enough to add up. So the narrations told, Hadith Qudsi, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told one of his great prophets, he said, go and tell the people that no one should come and ask me for heaven while he is relying on his actions. He should rely on his actions, but knowing that it's my mercy that I'm accepting it from him. At the end of the day, he still owes me a whole lot. Don't come here, I did everything Allah asked me to do. No, say I asked everything Allah asked me to do because he lowered his standards when it came to me because he knew I couldn't do the full thing. Out of his mercy, yes, this is a valid point. So, I have to always understand I'm in debt to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yes? It's quite disrespectful to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If I come and say, you know what, I did everything that you did, so you owe me heaven now. This is dangerous. You know what it's like if you want to get a better understanding of this, a simple analogy of this would be like me coming forward. Forget about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for a second. Think about your own parents. Your parents, they dedicated maybe 20, 30 years of their life to raising you, yes? Of course, some people, they're 60, parents are still trying to raise them, yes? Still trying to teach them and guide them and so on and so forth. But let's just say 20 to 30 years. 20, 30 years, your mother, your father dedicated to you. Imagine if you went and got them a gift. And it was a big gift, And then you brought this gift to them, and you said, you know what? I really wanted to give this gift to you guys because of everything that you guys have done for me. And now I've paid you back for everything you did for me. Does that ruin everything? They'll be like, no, wait a second. What are you talking about? I mean, I appreciate the gift, but you can't make up what you did for me. At the same time, someone turns around and says, okay, so my actions don't matter so much. No, your actions are that gift. When you want to show your appreciation to your mother or your father, you have to do two things. First of all, you have to try your best to get the best gift. That they appreciate that. And then when you're giving the gift, you also have a sense of humility that this gift also doesn't make up for what you did. Both of them at the same time. If you don't even bring the gift, if I don't even do those initial actions for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, then that's very disrespectful. Then I'm not even trying. I come to my parents, I say, listen, I can't make up for everything you did, so I decided not to get you a gift anyways. This doesn't make sense. I have to make my effort. I have to carry out my deeds. As long as I put aside it and beside it also what? This is not going to make up for everything that you've did. You see now, brothers and sisters, this is the blessing of Islam that we have, that we go into depth when it comes to these concepts. In the society that we live in, brothers and sisters, believe it or not, there are many people who believe they can easily pay back their parents for what their parents did for them. And this is, by the way, the good kids. The ones who actually feel in debt. Some of them turn around and say, why did you even bring me into this world? This is where society is headed. I've seen online, yes, there was an athlete, yes, and he had now signed into the major leagues. So big contract now. So big contract now, what did he do? He surprised his parents. So far, so good, yes. He surprised his parents, and when he surprised his parents, what did he do? He paid off their mortgage. Oh, wonderful, huh? Paid off their mortgage. But the way he was talking to these parents, as if paying off their mortgage is a full payback for what they did for him. You're a Muslim. You have a deeper appreciation of these issues. You understand. The Prophet told you, whatever you do for your mother, for your father, you'll never be able to pay them back. You should pay off the mortgage. You should do these things, and still at the same time, you have to come back and say, what? I didn't do enough. I can't. It's impossible. I make my effort, but at the end of the day, I can never fully pay you back for what you guys did, yes? This idea of always finding fault with myself is very key. And this is what we find in the du'as that we are recommended to recite during these nights of Qadr, and particularly on the night of the 23rd as well. They asked the Prophet of Allah. In one narration, it's attributed that they asked the Prophet of Allah. They said, Ayn Allah, where is God? Where can we find God? And the Prophet said beautifully, he said, you can find God wherever you can find a broken heart. You can find God wherever you find a servant who understands his own shortcomings. That's where Allah is. عِنْدَ الْمُنْكَسِرَةِ قُلُوبُهُمْ. Wherever you go, on a night like this, and you find a servant who looks at himself and says, oh Allah, I know I did injustice in our relationship. That's where Allah is. That is why we read in Dua Abu Hamza Thumali, the fourth Imam said very beautifully these lines. He says, وَمَا أَنَا يَا رَبِّي وَمَا خَطَرِي. Oh Allah, you're talking about holding me accountable, hellfire, heaven. وَمَا أَنَا يَا رَبِّي وَمَا خَطَرِي. Like, who am I to begin with? I'm a nobody. I'm like a little speck in your universe. This is someone who Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala looks at on a night like this. And the dua continues, He says, Inna lana fika raja'an. Oh Allah, I've come to you on a night like this. I have a lot of hope in you. My hope is in you. My hope is not in my own actions. My hope is not even that I've come here on a night like this. I've come here just to show my efforts. My effort doesn't count for anything. It only counts because you're going to bless it. It only counts because you look at me and say, this servant of mine is making an effort. Can he really make up for all of the terrible things that he did? No, he can't really make up for them. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, I'm going to lower my standard for my servant. I love him so much. If he just comes and apologizes, I'm accepted. Forgiven. Look at Dua Abu Hamza Thumali. Every step of the way, Imam as-Sajjad, instead of talking about, oh Allah, give me this, give me that, and there's nothing wrong with that, he keeps saying, oh Allah, I'm nobody. If you come to Allah on the night of the 23rd of Ramadan with this perspective, that night is a blessed night. And the sign that it is a blessed night, and the sign that my heart is really broken is tawbah, repentance. A heart that comes and says, oh Allah, I did these terrible things, but I'm not going to ask for forgiveness. I'm not going to change my ways. This heart is not really broken. This is a trick from shaitan. Come, you'll feel spiritual a little bit. They'll turn off the lights. Yeah, people will be there. And then when you walk away, I'm just going to walk away with the same actions. No, this is not a broken heart. A broken heart comes back to try to make effort to make up from what has been missed. The sign to know if your heart on a night like this is broken is to see, do I really repent from my deeds and begin to change my ways? We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on this blessed night that He grants us the opportunity to protect us and to remove from our hearts, inshallah, all of these 6 deadly vices, as well as the 7th and the deadliest vices of all. And that is me being impressed with myself, inshallah. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that He grants all of our hajat on a night like this, inshallah. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that all of those who are in difficulty and in pain, our dear brothers and sisters in Gaza, other parts of the world, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala frees them from their difficulties and pains, inshallah. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that all of those who have worked very, very hard for us to be able to hold these majalis. And I don't have time and opportunity to go through all the names and so on and so forth. But let me just say, brothers and sisters, from 2 months before we gather here, meeting after meeting after meeting, yes, session after session after session, when you and I have not even remembered that Ramadan is 2 months away, huh? There are brothers and sisters behind the scenes work hard. You know, this plastic that we have here that we're able to eat on it and so on and so forth. How much time just this one thing took from our dear volunteers, and many more of them as well. Yes, I have the opportunity. I come and sit here. People see me on a screen. Yes, how many people behind the scenes work hard so I can sit here and you can sit here. Yes. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of these special nights to bless them and their families, inshallah. Oh Allah, we ask you last but not least that you hasten the return of our beloved 12th Imam, inshallah. Before we end, we're going to have a couple presentations, and then inshallah before Maghrib Salaat. So please stay seated. I'll pass on the mic, inshallah. Loud salawat, please.
I would like to request Brother Ali Mustafa to please speak about Zahra Trust. Please invite him with a loud salawat.
Assalamu alaikum, dear brothers and sisters. I pray that you are all doing well on this special night. I just have a quick presentation to give about the Zahra Trust. Sheikh Bilal Hussain, who leads the US side of things, had already visited about a week ago. So it's just going to be a brief presentation, not going too in depth, but a little bit about some of our special projects that help us stand out. For the sake of time, we can skip this one as well, one more, and one more. Yeah, so for those of you guys who are familiar with the Zahra Trust, one of the things that we really pride ourselves on is our mission statement / vision is to make every person self-sufficient and not in need of financial aid. And this handicraft project that we do in Karbala is one of the ways that we do that. So in Najaf and Karbala, there is no shortage of widows. And the widows under our care, instead of providing them just food, water, and shelter, one of the ways that we're able to go above and beyond is that we actually host these classes, and we teach these widows life skills such as sewing, embroidery, things of that nature. And in doing so, we make them self-sufficient. They're able to, sell these crafts and make a livelihood for themselves. They're able to enter the workforce. And that's kind of how we go above and beyond. Instead of just giving a person a fish, we're teaching them how to fish. Another really cool thing that we do is in Afghanistan, everybody knows the government who's in charge there. They're not very welcoming to Shias. But alhamdulillah, despite that, we have 3 Shi'i schools in Afghanistan. And we were able to host this year a 15 Sha'ban celebration for the kids under our care. For a lot of us, we have these celebrations, don't think too much of it. But for people that are lesser fortunate, constantly being oppressed, their identities are being attacked, it's really cool that our organization is able to do stuff like that. Next slide. Same thing, same idea here in Najaf. We also have a lot of the widows and a lot of the orphans under our care. This year we were able to have a bulugh ceremony for them in Najaf. And the same idea here. We have these events here in Dallas, in America. We don't really think too much of it. But for these lesser fortunate kids, you know, their basic needs aren't being met. They don't have parents. They don't have their basic needs being met at home. Making sure that they still stay close to religion and do not leave the school of Ahlul Bayt is very important, and we're able to provide that for them. Pakistan is one of those countries that we are very well implemented in as well. We do a lot of different work in Pakistan. Whenever there's a terror attack against the Shias in Parachinar, we're one of the first NGOs on the ground. We also build water wells throughout Pakistan. But another really cool thing that we do every summer is we have these eye camps or medical camps. So for the lesser fortunate people in Pakistan, we're able to provide surgery camps, OBGYN camps. So those people, a lot of them are Shia. Those people that otherwise could not afford medical care, we're able to provide it for them. And we'll skip this one for the sake of time. I just want to get to, we'll skip this one as well. Actually, if you could go back to, sorry. Yeah, so one more. So I want to talk about this one as well. One of the things that we did in Najaf for spring break, we took the kids under our care and we took them to the Najaf International Book Fair. We were able to pay for their lunch. We were able to actually allow them to get some books of their own. So I just want to touch up on this is one of the ways that we have a holistic approach to our aid and how we go just beyond meeting the physical needs of the people under our care. And then now we can go 2 slides forward. This is the last one I want to talk about. This is my personal favorite project, the Rickshaw Project. So in the Rickshaw Project, what we do is the people who have been under our system for a while, we've been helping them out. We're actually able to provide them with this rickshaw/tuk-tuk. And what we do is we sign a contract with them, and eventually they end up paying off this tuk-tuk, and they're able to use this for deliveries, taxi driving, and they're able to make a livelihood for themselves. And that's how we're kind of breaking the cycle of poverty and making people not reliant on handouts anymore. I have a quick case study. So one of the brothers under our care, we'll just call him Ali in Najaf. He came to us and he had a condition in his foot. And because of this, he was unable to find work. But alhamdulillah, through this rickshaw project, he was admitted into it. And now, alhamdulillah, he owns his tuk-tuk and he uses it to earn an earnest living for his 2 daughters and wife. Next slide. Our goal this Ramadan is to feed 1 million people. That's one of the initiatives that we have right now. Last year, we fed 800,000, alhamdulillah. So it's not too far off. But that's all I have for you guys, a little bit about some of our projects. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for the City of Knowledge community for always being so welcoming. If you guys have any questions about any of the initiatives I spoke about, anything else that we do, I'll be sticking around to talk about. I'll be sticking around after Iftaar. But thank you so much. Sallu ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Thank you, Brother Ali. Now I'd like to request Sister Manaz to please talk about Scouts. Let's recite another loud salawat.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Scouting is about more than just earning badges. It's about building character, strengthening leadership skills, and serving our communities. One of the highest honor in Scouting is the Order of the Arrow, which recognizes Scouts who exemplify the values of leadership, service, and unity. Members of the Order of the Arrow are known for their unwavering dedication for helping others, living by Scout oath and law, and inspiring those around them. Today, we are here to recognize Scouts who have earned this distinguished honor through their commitment, hard work, and selfless service. At this time, I would like to request Shaykh Mahdi to come to the stage, please. Shaykh Mahdi has been a guiding force in our community, dedicating his time to nurturing the spiritual and moral growth of our youth. His wisdom and leadership continues to inspire us all. I would also like to invite our Scoutmasters, Brother Asghar Mir, please, if you can also come, from the boys unit, and Sister Azra Rangunwala, please, from the girls unit, to come and announce the names of the Scouts who have earned this prestigious honor. Loud salawat.
First of all, Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I would like to call Ali over here, please. Mir Mahdi Ali. Muhammad Salli ala Muhammad wa ala. Once he's here, I just want to talk a bit about Ali. His full name is Mir Mahdi Ali. He's a leader, athlete, and a trailblazer. Mir Mahdi Ali's journey began in a Cub Scout where he developed leadership skills, resilience, and a passion for excellence. Now, a Life Scout, he has served as a patrol leader, a senior patrol leader, completed a national youth leadership training, and earned over 30 merit badges. He has been nominated for an Order of an Arrow and received the Longhorn BSA District Milky Way Award. Ali has represented 1499 Scout at the National Duty to God Award banquet, served as the youngest panelist in youth leadership discussion with government officials, and also participated in the International Jamboree. He has dedication to conservation project and earned the Bismillah Badge Award in his pack highlight and commitment to service. He is a dedicated athlete. Ali has completed 1 mile swim, 1,000 feet hike, and 5-mile canoeing race while excelling as a member of Frisco ISD Iron Horse Swim Team member. He's passionate about health and services. He is BLS and CPR certified, a HOSA member, and a youngest to present a scientific poster at Imamia Conference in the New Zealand and Dallas. Living by the motto, serve God, serve family, and serve the community, Ali continues to shape a future defined by hard work, compassion, and excellence. Here, it's Mir Mahdi.
Congratulations. Ahsantum. Thank you. Pass it on to the sisters.
Salam, everyone. I'm so sorry this is taking a little bit longer than we expected, but I'm here to present 2 girls here. Our first one is Alize. Please come on up. Okay. Alize is a dedicated Life Scout on the path to achieving the prestigious Eagle rank, and her commitment to the principles of Scouting makes her a deserving nominee of the Order of the Arrow. Throughout her Scouting journey, I have seen Alize consistently demonstrate a willingness to try new things, embrace challenges, and grow both personally and as a leader. As a patrol leader, she excels at teaching younger Scouts, offering guidance with patience and enthusiasm. She fosters a supportive and fun environment, and always encouraging others to excel and be themselves. Her positive attitude and approachability makes her a pleasure to be around, and she has earned the respect and admiration of her peers. Alize's commitment to excellence extends beyond Scouting. She holds a black belt in Taekwondo, showing the discipline and perseverance that she applies to her every aspect of her life. Additionally, she is a talented henna artist, running her own small business, and uses her creativity to contribute to her community. Alize is also focused on her future, currently working towards her pharmacy technician license, demonstrating her dedication to helping others in the professional capacity. Her diverse talents, leadership, and passion for service make her an exceptional Scout, and her unwavering desire to help others grow and succeed is exactly why she deserves this nomination. So congratulations. Okay, I have my next Scout up, Zoha. Please join us. Zoha is a dedicated Life Scout, currently on the path to achieving Eagle rank as well, and her exceptional leadership qualities make her a deserving nominee of the Order of the Arrow. As the senior patrol leader, Zoha takes on every challenge, big or small, with a smile. She has a positive attitude and approaches her responsibilities with maturity and commitment. She inspires those around her, and she is a natural leader guiding her peers with patience, kindness, and a strong sense of responsibility. Her ability to teach and mentor support others has made her a trusted and respected figure among her fellow Scouts. Her dedication to her role and to other Scouts is evident in everything she does, whether it is leading a troop activity or organizing a service project or offering guidance to the younger Scouts. She consistently demonstrates Scout values of responsibility, service, and excellence. She's patient, kind, and encouraging, and she is a great teacher, always willing to help others learn and grow. Zoha's ability to handle challenges with grace and her unwavering commitment to helping others excel make her the ideal candidate for the Order of the Arrow. And she embodies these values of leadership, service, and selflessness. Now, she's going to kill me for saying this, but despite being a member of the National Honor Society, and she ranks top 2% of her school district, Zoha remains humble and avoids boasting about her achievements, and she prefers to let actions speak louder than her words. This humility, combined with her ability to stay grounded, makes her an even greater model to her peers. And Zoha's exemplary qualities were also recognized when she was the only recipient from Troop 1499 for the Ansar Award at the Muslim Jamboree last year. This honor is a testament to her selflessness, leadership, and dedication to her community, and further solidifies why she truly deserves the Order of Arrow nomination. So congratulations. Thank you all.
Yes, apologies for the delay. I saw all the sisters were smiling when they had guns in their hands. Yes. So we had to be careful. Now salawat, please.
إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله أشهد أن عليًا ولي الله أشهد أن أمير المؤمنين عليًا حجة الله حي على الصلاة على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح حي على خير العمل حي على خير العمل الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله صلوات
محمد وآل محمد. الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله صلى الله على محمد وآل محمد أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله صلى الله على محمد وآل محمد وأن عليا حجة الله صلوات الله وسلامه عليه حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح حي على خير العمل حي على خير العمل قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله استغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه الله أكبر بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده الله أكبر الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده الله أكبر بحول الله وقوته أقوم وأقعد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر الله أكبر اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده الله أكبر الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدًا عبده ورسوله اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وتقبل شفاعته وارفع درجته بحول الله وقوته أقوم الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. يا لطيف ارحم عبدك الضعيف. الله أكبر. بسم الله وبالله الحمد لله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر.
إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما.
اللهم صل على محمد.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا علي يا عظيم يا غفور يا رحيم. Together everyone. أنت الرب العظيم الذي ليس كمثله شيء وهو السميع البصير. وهذا شهر نظمته وكرمته وشرفته وفضلته على الشهور، وهو الشهر الذي فرضت صيامه عليه، وهو شهر رمضان الذي أنزلت فيه القرآن هدى للناس وبينات من الهدى والفرقان، وجعلت فيه ليلة القدر، وجعلت خيرا من 1000 شهر. فيا ذا المن ولا يمن عليك، من علي بفكاك رقبتي من النار في من تمن عليه، وادخل الجنة برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرج. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. وأن عليا حجة الله صلى الله عليه وسلم عليه. حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح حي على خير العمل حي على خير العمل. قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله. استغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده الله أكبر الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده الله أكبر بحول الله وقوته أقوم وأقعد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر الله أكبر اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده الله أكبر الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدًا عبده ورسوله اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وتقبل شفاعته وارفع درجته بحول الله وقوته أقوم وأقعد سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده الله أكبر الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده الله أكبر بحول الله وقوته أقوم وأقعد سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر لا إله إلا الله الله أكبر سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده الله أكبر الله أكبر سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده يا لطيف ارحم عبدك الضعيف الله أكبر بسم الله وبالله الحمد لله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدًا عبده ورسوله اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر
إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. اللهم أدخل على أهل القبور السرور. اللهم أغني كل فقير. اللهم أشبع كل جائع. اللهم اكسو كل عريان. اللهم اقضي دين كل مدين. اللهم فرج عن كل مكروب. اللهم رد كل غريب. اللهم فك كل أسير. اللهم أصلح كل فاسد من أمور المسلمين. اللهم اشفي كل مريض. اللهم سد فقرنا بغناك. اللهم غير سوء حالنا بحسن حالك. اللهم اقضي عنا الدين وأغننا من الفقر، إنك على كل شيء قدير.
Inshallah, ziyarah will be after the a'mal.
Brothers, inshallah, if you can work with the volunteers. The dastakans are coming out, if you can give them space. Iftar will be served in just a few minutes. If you can work with the volunteers, settle down, inshallah, be seated. The dastakans are coming out. Iftar will be served momentarily. Jazakallah. Brothers, if you finished eating your iftar, inshallah, please help the volunteers in cleaning up. We hope to start amal and presentations in about the next 10 minutes. If you are done eating, please help the volunteers in cleaning up. Sisters will be rejoining us. Please help the volunteers in cleaning up so that we can inshallah start the program in about the next 10 minutes. Brothers, if you're done eating and if you'd like to, inshallah, make your way back to the main hall, the slides are up to help you perform the 2 rakat salat before Amal begins. Sisters, if you'd like to slowly start making your way back down to the main hall, inshallah, please perform your 2 rakat salat upstairs before coming down. But after you're done, if you'd like to start making your way back down to the main hall, inshallah, we hope to begin Amal in the next 5 minutes. Brothers, if you're outside, inshallah, please start making your way to the main hall. These slides are up to help guide you in performing the 2 rakat salat. After, inshallah, finishing your salat, please orient yourself, come as close to the member as possible, as though you are sitting for a lecture, so we can maximize space. Jazakallah. Per Muhammad wa ali Muhammad salawat. Brothers, inshallah, if you've done your salat, your turqa salat, please come closer to the member. Alhamdulillah, there's more people coming in. After you've done your salat, you don't have to face the qibla. You can face Shaykh Mahdi, who is also a qibla, and he will guide you through these amals for tonight. Please, and come closer, move forward. If you've done your salat, try to free up the space in the back. Everyone stand up, everyone who's looking at me. I know every single one of you. I don't want to call you out on the live stream. I absolutely will. From the uncles to the people my age, please stand up and come closer. Come closer to the stage. If you have done your salat, alhamdulillah, there's a lot of space up here. Come sit next to Shaykh Saadi, a person who will lead you into heaven tonight, inshallah. Come sit next to Brother Ustad, also another individual. Please come closer. There's also space near the partitions as well. Please come forward. Sisters, same request to you. I can't see you on the other side, but if you are done with your salat, as you should be before you come into the main hall, come close to the member. Come close to the member, inshallah. Alhamdulillah, great efforts by the brothers. I think this will be the first night Shaykh Mahdi gives you a compliment over the sisters. But there's still space up here. So these younger brothers, move up closer to the stage. The older brothers, inshallah, please follow behind. The mic's still on. I'm still looking at you, and the live stream's still going. There's also space near the partition to my right here. Please come fill these spaces as well. Per Muhammad wa ali Muhammad salawat. Brothers, once again, the request to inshallah come closer. Not you guys in the front. Alhamdulillah, you guys have done a great job. You're safe from being called out on the live stream. But the brothers in the middle, I can definitely call you guys out. We don't do active fundraising, right? Shaykh Mahdi doesn't do active fundraising, but that doesn't apply to me. If I call you out, I'm going to start charging you $250 for a donation to CFK. I can have them put the QR code right on the screen here. So inshallah, if you're done with your salat, everyone just stand up and come closer to the member, closer to the partition, starts filling the spaces. You don't have to face the qibla after your salat is done. Face the other qibla, which is Shaykh Mahdi. Brothers, inshallah, once again, the request. I see a lot of brothers done with their salat. If you're done with your salat, please move towards the member, towards the partition. There's still people praying, but we need to maximize our space. More people are coming in for the night of Qadr, for the amal for the entire night. So brothers who are looking right at me, inshallah, please move forward. Please move forward. All the other brothers follow suit. Those in the middle, come closer. There's a lot more space. It's kinder when I say it, but you know, Shaykh Mahdi is here. You don't want to get scolded by him. So inshallah, with Allah salawat, if you're done with your salat, please stand up and come closer to the member. Fill up spaces, fill up spaces. Be brothers tonight, pray for each other by physical touch. Inshallah, let more people come in. With Allah salawat, ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Thank you. Okay, so the sisters have moved forward really well. The brothers, there's a lot of room. We still need to move up, please. So please move up. There's a lot of empty spots. You can pick up the Qur'ans from in front of you and move up, please. You can pick up the Qur'ans in front of you and please move forward as much as you can. As much as possible. For those who are in the back, there's room over there by the door. There's room over there by the door. Bismillah. Where's the... He's reserving a spot. He's reserving a spot for when your kid grows up? Oh. We have a spot open here in the front too. If you don't move up, I'm going to give away all the good spots. Sisters, mashallah, they line up very well. All right, if you have a spot, please take a seat. Sisters, if you have a spot, please take a seat. Sisters, please take a seat. Inshallah, we can begin. All right, sisters, please take a seat, inshallah. We're going to start. All right, loud salawat, please. All right, we're going to begin, inshallah. Of course, tonight is a very special night. There are many brothers and sisters who have asked for our dua during this night. The brothers and sisters in Gaza, unfortunately, are in a very difficult position. So let's take a moment to recite 5 times, inshallah, Amma Yujib all together. For all of them, brothers and sisters in our own community who have asked, who are ill, a special sister who has asked, as well as many others who are ill in our communities and other communities around the world, inshallah. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم أما يجيب المضطر إذا دعاه ويكشف السوء 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 صلوات اللهم صل على محمد وعلى محمد. All right, so inshallah, before we begin, we're going to have Shaykh Saadi come inshallah up for a couple minutes. And he has a short presentation. Afterwards, inshallah, we'll begin with the a'mal. One more loud salawat, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا ونبينا محمد وعلى آله الطيبين الطاهرين اللهم صل على محمد. Inshallah, won't take much of your time. Just wanted to, as I'm sure there's a theme of not active fundraising, and of course this is something I'm uncomfortable with but not embarrassed to do. Because one of the a'mal, one of the things that we can do during these nights to maximize our rewards, to invest in our own akhirah and our own dunya, and to, inshallah, on this night of decree, have Allah decree for us increased blessings and rewards and sustenance. Some of you know, most of you know, but I want all of you to know. This is an opportunity for everyone to take part in their Islamic full-time school here in the DFW area, Wisdom Academy. We have currently 80 students for those who are unaware, 17 staff members, alhamdulillah. Recently we had last year our high school program. Now we have up to 10th grade. And alhamdulillah, having our students score in the top 1% in their PSAT. Alhamdulillah, a very achieved, a school that has strong achievements in, inshallah, academics as well as, inshallah, the Islamic and spiritual side of things because of the holistic theme and holistic education. This month of Ramadan, we have a campaign of raising, inshallah, $100,000. We ask that every community member, if they can just scan the QR code, just whatever you can give. This is not for fundraising. This is for investing in your akhirah. This is for investing and maximizing your reward. This is part of the a'mal of the month of Ramadan. Whatever you can give. Of course, we are trying to raise 100,000 because we have 500,000 left to be able to finish the renovation. For those who don't know, next door is the renovation taking place. We're hoping to open, inshallah, August 2025, which is this year. In a few months, inshallah, we'll be able to move into the new building. And inshallah, you will have a reward of investing in the success of the community because we all know the importance of education, the importance of schooling for our community and for our society. Inshallah, with your support, we're able to get there. And inshallah, if you're able to give a one-time donation for tonight, and if you can't, give something to contribute towards that campaign, at least give something, even if it means giving up a few cups of coffee a month, $25 a month, $50 a month, $100 a month, whatever you can do, make sure you leave here saying that I'm a contributor towards Wisdom Academy and the community's future success, inshallah. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Inshallah, we have one more quick announcement. We're going to ask Brother Furat to come up to the front very quickly, and then inshallah we'll start with the a'mal. Inshallah, one more salawat, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وأفضل الصلاة وأتم التسليم على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين أبي القاسم محمد. So when I was told I was going to speak and have the opportunity, they definitely didn't tell me I was going after the Sheikh, so I don't know how I'm supposed to one-up him. But I'll share with you quickly. There's a scholar back home that was questioning whether or not Ziyarat al-Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam had all the rewards that we know of or that we hear of in the different ahadith. Things like 100 hajj and 100 umrah, things that are very generous. And to keep the story short, the thing is that the scholar later finds out through Imam al-Mahdi ajallallahu farajahu al-sharif. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad ajal farajahum. He later finds out that, the reason why Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam gets all of this, let's say special love or all this ajr, the thawab that we get from showing our love to him and ziyarah is simply because he gave everything he had to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in return, his gift back to him is as special essentially as he gave, if not obviously more, because Allah is more generous. The reason why I'm sharing this with you is that with Al-Ain, who I'm representing and speaking to you on behalf of, we have an amazing project this year. And this is the last year that we're funding this project. It's Shajarat Tuba, which is the tree of paradise if it's translated. This is in Karbala. The first level of this project has a Husayniyah or Dar Aza. And this place of worship is obviously strictly for Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad. And then the next 4 levels is the Luminous Star Center. And what that is, it provides services, about 14 different services for orphan children and their families. Things like medical care, psychology, healthcare, dental, anything and everything that you can think of, as well as monthly allowances. Because our vision and what Sayyid Sistani has told us is that we want each and every one of these children to be the leaders of our ummah. Just like our Prophet ﷺ was also an orphan. He was also an orphan, and he's obviously the leader of our ummah. So there's a lot that goes into that I can't necessarily tell you in 2-3 minutes. And mashallah, like I said, the program is very packed. But that's the philosophy that we live by, okay? So that's the next few levels. Beyond that, there's about 8 floors of a hotel that are also for Zuwar al-Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam, because like I mentioned earlier, this is in Karbala. This project is self-sustaining. It takes care of its bills on its own, and the money that comes out of this project sponsors 3,000 children. So not only will you get the ajr and thawab of sadaqah jariyah for you and your marhumeen and your loved ones and your kids, but also you get the credit for 3,000 sponsorships. And in addition to that, you're doing it on Laylatul Qadr, and you're doing it in the honor of Imam Ali alayhi salam, which we are living his days, and he's the father of orphans. So if we're talking about giving, I encourage you this night to utilize it. CFK, give to CFK, give to Wisdom Academy that Shaykh Saadi is doing an amazing job at, and give to Al-Ain, simply because put your name on these lists so that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sees that we're doing everything that we can, so He may, inshallah, give you everything that you desire. And I pray that all of your a'mal are accepted. And inshallah, with Shaykh Mahdi's leadership, we're going to have a great night. افتح صلى على محمد وآل محمد.
Inshallah, we're going to begin. Inshallah, we're going to begin with the recitation of the munajat of Imam Ali. And of course, tonight is not the night of shahadat, but the Imam used to recite this on nights that was not the night of his shahadat. He used to recite it anytime that he wanted to connect with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, yes? And inshallah, we'll all recite together. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد اللهم إني أسألك الأمان يوم لا ينفع مال ولا بنون إلا من أتى الله بقلب سليم وأسألك الأمان يوم يعض الظالم على يدي يقول يا ليتني اتخذت مع الرسول سبيلا وأسألك الأمان يوم يعرف المجرمون بسيماهم فيؤخذ بالنواصي والأقدام وأسألك الأمان يوم لا يجزي والد عن ولده ولا مولود هو جاز عن والده شيئا إن وعد الله حق وأسألك الأمان يوم لا ينفع الظالمين معذرتهم ولهم اللعنة ولهم سوء الدار وأسألك الأمان يوم لا تملك نفس لنفس شيئا والأمر يومئذ. Oh Allah, I ask you for protection on that day when no soul owns anything when it comes to any other soul. Nobody can help me on a day like this, yes? Unless that person is connected to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala directly in some form or shape or fashion, nobody can help me on that day. So all the people I have around myself, my wealth, my fame, my beauty, none of these things are going to help me on that day. On that day, nobody cares about anybody else. Everyone is running after themselves, yes? And the Quran says, everyone in that day is fi sha'an. Everyone's running after their own affairs, right? Because the issue is so big, nobody has time to turn left or turn right. But if I've built a relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and I've come with the right deeds, then that day, the Quran says, وَهُمْ مِنْ فَزَعٍ يَوْمَئِذٍ آمِنُونَ. They're protected from the frightenness and the scariness of that day. There are people on that day, they're running from one corner to another corner. The one who read these lines and prepared, the Quran said, وَهُمْ مِنْ فَزَعٍ يَوْمَئِذٍ آمِنُونَ. They'll be protected from the scare that comes on that day. Yes. So we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, make us amongst those. Prepare from now so that inshallah on that day, we have tranquility, we have peace inshallah. وأسألك الأمان يوم يفر المرء من أخيه وأمه وأبيه وصاحبته وبنيه لكل امرئ منهم يومئذ شأن يغنيه وأسألك الأمان يوم يود المجرم لو يفتدي من عذاب يومئذ ببنيه وصاحبته وأخيه وفصيلته التي تؤويه ومن في الأرض جميعا ثم ينجيه كلا إنها لظى نزاعة للشوى. Everyone. مولاي يا مولاي أنت المولى وأنا العبد وهل يرحم العبد إلا المولى مولاي يا مولاي أنت المالك وأنا المملوك وهل يرحم المملوك إلا مولاي يا مولاي أنت العزيز وأنا الذليل وهل يرحم الذليل إلا العزيز مولاي يا مولاي أنت الخالق وأنا المخلوق وهل يرحمه المخلوق إلا مولاي يا مولاي أنت وأنت العظيم وأنا الحقير، وهل يرحم الحقير إلا العظيم. مولاي يا مولاي أنت القوي وأنا الضعيف، وهل يرحم الضعيف إلا مولاي يا مولاي أنت الغني وأنا الفقير، وهل يرحم الفقير إلا مولاي يا مولاي أنت المعطي وأنا السائل، وهل يرحمه السائل إلا المعطي. مولاي يا مولاي أنت الحي وأنا الميت، وهل يرحم الميت إلا الحي. مولاي يا مولاي أنت الباقي وأنا الفاني، وهل يرحم الفاني إلا مولاي يا مولاي أنت الدائم وأنا الزائل، وهل يرحم الزائل إلا الدائم. مولاي يا مولاي أنت الرازق وأنا المرزوق، وهل يرحم المرزوق إلا الرازق. مولاي يا مولاي أنت الجواد وأنا البخيل، وهل يرحم البخيل إلا الجواد. مولاي يا مولاي أنت المعافي وأنا المبتلى، وهل يرحم المبتلى إلا المعافي. مولاي يا مولاي أنت الكبير وأنا الصغير، وهل يرحم الصغير إلا الكبير. مولاي يا مولاي أنت الهادي وأنا الضال، وهل يرحم الضال إلا مولاي يا مولاي أنت الرحمن وأنا المرحوم، وهل يرحم المرحوم إلا الرحمن. مولاي يا مولاي أنت السلطان وأنا الممتحن، وهل يرحم الممتحن. مولاي يا مولاي أنت الدليل وأنا المتحير، وهل يرحم المتحير إلا الدليل. مولاي يا مولاي أنت الغفور وأنا المذنب، وهل يرحم المذنب إلا الغفور. مولاي يا مولاي أنت الغالب وأنا المغلوب، وهل يرحم المغلوب إلا الغالب. مولاي يا مولاي أنت الرب وأنا المربوب، وهل يرحم المربوب إلا مولاي يا مولاي أنت المتكبر وأنا الخاشع وهل يرحم الخاشع إلا المتكبر مولاي يا مولاي ارحمني برحمتك وارض عني بجودك وكرمك وفضلك يا ذا الجود والإحسان والفضل والطول والامتنان برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين صلوات اللهم صل على محمد. Inshallah, we'll begin with the recitation of the adhkar.
محمد وآل محمد صلوات.
أستغفر الله وأتوب إليه 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 الله وأتوب إليه أستغفر 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 الله وأتوب إليه.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه 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 الله ربي وأتوب إليه أستغفر 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 الله ربي وأتوب إليه Together everyone أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه 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 أستغفر الله ربي أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه 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 أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه.
اللهم Inshallah, we'll continue with the a'mal. That brings us, inshallah, to the Quran a'mal. Let us take out the Qurans, inshallah. Place the Qurans in front of our faces. Tonight, inshallah, the a'mal will be running for a longer time than usual because, of course, many of the kids are still in spring break. Tomorrow is a Sunday, so many of us have the opportunity to stay up later on a night like this. We don't get this opportunity very often in Ramadan. So inshallah, the a'mal will be running longer than usual. So make sure to pace yourself, inshallah. And you can take breaks and so on and so forth. And staying awake during this night just by itself is one of the a'mal anyways. So inshallah, let us pace ourselves so we can take the most benefit from tonight's. There's a student of Shaheed Sadr, Sayyid Muhammad Baqir al-Sadr, yes, who was martyred. He said, I saw him on the night of Qadr. He went to do ziyarah of the first Imam in Najaf. And I walked behind him and I watched him go into the shrine. He says, I was going to go and ask him, what is the best of acts of worship to do on a night like this? But he said he was in such deep thought when he was doing his ziyarah. Yeah, spiritually, he was so occupied. I felt bad to go and interrupt him in those moments. So he said, I waited for his ziyarah to done. When his ziyarah was done and he was walking away, I could also tell that he's spiritually occupied. So he was walking home and I walked behind him until he got to his house. Eventually when he got to his house, I said, let me ask now because I'm never going to get this opportunity again. I asked him, I said, what is the best of things I can do on a night like this? Out of these a'mal, yeah? And he said he took a moment to think about it and he said, listen, everybody connects with different a'mal. He said the best thing to do on this night is to find that a'mal that gives you the most broken heart and the most humility in front of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And for everyone it might be different, yes? But he said that's the key. He has to come with a broken heart, he has to come and repent. Which of the a'mal is going to do that for you? It might be slightly different for each and every one of us. Let us take the Qur'ans inshallah, open up the Qur'ans. And we'll recite this dua together. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم إني أسألك بكتابك المنزل وما وفيه اسمك الأكبر وأسماؤك الحسنى وما يخاف ويرجى أن تجعلني من عتقائك من النار. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of everything that you've said in this Quran, all the promises that you've made, that you place us amongst those who you will free from the hellfire on a night like this. Let us place the Qur'ans on our heads and recite the dua. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم بحق هذا القرآن وبحق من أرسلته به وبحق كل مؤمن مدحته فيه وبحقك عليهم فلا أحد أعرفه بحقك منك. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of every believer that you've spoken about in this holy book of yours. We ask you by the rights that they have, we ask you by their right, we ask you by the right that you have upon them. Nobody has a right on Allah. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has rights upon us and other believers. Oh Allah, I ask you by the right of those believers, and I also ask you by the right that you have on those believers, yes? I don't have any rights when it comes to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But He has a right upon me. I ask Him by that right of His, that He grants my hajat. First and foremost, we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala by Himself, this merciful Lord of ours, the one who is patient with us. How many times did we break promises to Him? How many times did we do injustice to Him? How many times did we show a lack of gratefulness to Him? And still He invited you here on a night like this to speak to Him. This is your most merciful Lord. This is Ar-Rahman and Ar-Rahim. However many times you turn away from Him, He comes back for you every month of Ramadan, every night of Qadr. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of yourself 10 times. بك يا الله 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 بك يا الله. Oh Allah, I ask you by the rights of our beloved Prophet, I ask you by the right of the one who was rahmatan lil alameen. He went through so much pain and hardship to get this message to us. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of that Prophet of ours who looked upon the people who would be born in the future and would believe in him, and he said, these are my brothers, I miss my brothers. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of our holy Prophet 10 times.
بمحمد 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 بمحمد. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of the one who on a night like this is now buried in his grave. We ask you by the right of the one who told his children, keep my grave hidden, because if my enemies find out where my grave is, they will come to disrespect my body. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of the one who lived his whole life at the service of the Prophet and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We ask you by the right of the one who will carry the flag of the Prophet on the day of judgment. We ask you by the right of our beloved first Imam 10 times. بعلي 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 بعلي. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of Fatima Zahra. We ask you by the right of the one who, whenever the Prophet had difficulty and pain, all it took was looking at Fatima for a couple seconds. All of a sudden that pain and that difficulty will turn into ease and tranquility for the Prophet. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of Abiha, the one who was like a mother when it came to the Prophet. Oh Allah, make her a mother for us as well. We ask you by the right of Fatima Zahra 10 times. بفاطمة 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 بفاطمة. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of our beloved second Imam, the one who was gharib, the one who was lonely, the one who his own companions turned against him and wounded him. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of our second Imam 10 times. بالحسن 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 بالحسن. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of Sayyid al-Shuhada. We ask you by the right of the one who the whole world cried for him. The whole world was a part of his musibah, was a part of his masa'ib. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of the one who on the 10th of Muharram called out for help so many times and no one was there to help him. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of our third Imam 10 times. بالحسين 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 بالحسين. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of Zainul Abidin, we ask you by the right of the one who had the most beautiful worship and always felt in debt to you and worships for so long that his feet became inflamed. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of our fourth Imam 10 times. بعلي ابن الحسين 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 بعلي ابن Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of Imam al-Baqir, we ask you by the right of the one who's buried in Baqir. Even today, if you went to Baqir, you would only see a couple stones in the graveyard. A family who was gharib when they were alive, and a family who was gharib even after they left this world. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of our fifth Imam 10 times. بمحمد ابن علي 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 بمحمد ابن علي. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of our sixth Imam, we ask you by the right of the one who carried so much knowledge, but with that knowledge he had the ultimate manners. and others used to come and sit in his classes and benefit from him. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of that Imam who established our school of thought. We ask you by the right of our 6th Imam 10 times. بجعفر ابن محمد 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 بجعفر ابن محمد. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of our Gharib Imam, we ask you by the right of the one who was forced out of Medina, and he was pulled and taken to Kadhimain and to Baghdad, and he was finally poisoned by the Khalifa of the time. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of that oppressed Imam of ours, our 7th Imam, 10 times. بموسى بن جعفر 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 بموسى. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of Gharib al-Ghuraba, we ask you by the right of the one who was forced out of Medina. His companion came to him and said, Yabna Rasulullah, I see you've prepared to go to Khurasan. The Imam looked at him with tears in his eyes. He said, let it be known, I don't want to go on this trip. It is Ma'mun who is forcing me away from the city of my fathers and the city of my great-grandfather, until Ma'mun took him there and forced him to drink the poison that he had in mind for him. The narration says when he walked out of the house, he turned to his companion, he didn't say anything. The companion already knew the poison had begun to do its work on the body of the 8th Imam. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of Gharib al-Ghuraba 10 times. بعلي ibn Musa, 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 بعلي ibn Musa. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of that Imam whose birth was so blessed, they didn't believe Imam al-Rida was the Imam until Imam al-Jawad was born. And he kept telling them, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will bless me with a child like Isa alayhi salam. And that was the 9th Imam. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of the Imam that was known for his generosity 10 times. بمحمد ابن علي 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 بمحمد ابن علي. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of Imam al-Hadi, we ask you by the right of the one who had to stay in Samarra for so much of his life, we ask you by the right of the one who was poisoned by the Khalifas of his time. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of our 10th Imam 10 times. بعلي ابن محمد 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 بعلي ابن محمد. Oh Allah, we ask you by the right of Hassan al-Askari. The narration says when the poison was given to him, he told his servants in his house, go in the other room, you will see a little child praying there. And that was the 12th Imam. And the 12th Imam came and sat beside him. The Imam did his final prayer. And then he came to drink water, and the poison had affected him so much that his hands began shaking. And the 12th Imam took the water and quenched the thirst of his own father. And his father told him, you are the one who all the prophets of Allah have promised about. You are the Mahdi. Oh Allah, we ask you by the rights of the pain of Hassan al-Askari 10 times. بالحسن بن علي 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 بالحسن بن علي. Let us stand out of respect for our beloved 12th Imam. Oh Allah, we ask you, by the right of our 12th Imam, we ask you by the right of the one who humanity is waiting for. And the narration said the Mahdi is like Prophet Yusuf. He walks in societies and he comes and goes, and he sees his people and recognizes them, and they see him but they don't recognize him, the way the brothers of Yusuf didn't recognize Yusuf. Oh Allah, we ask you that if the 12th Imam comes to where I am, if he sees me, oh Allah, make sure that's not a moment that I'm doing something that I would be embarrassed for him to see me in that moment. Oh Allah, make us amongst those who bring happiness to the heart of our 12th Imam. Oh Allah, make us amongst those who prepare the grounds for him to come. Make us amongst those who persevere in their faith during the time of ghaibah, so that he looks upon us and finds us proud, and makes us amongst those who will assist him when he returns. Oh Allah, wherever our 12th Imam is on a special night like this, we ask you by his right 10 times. بالحجة 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 بالحجة. Let's take a moment to remember all of our hajat, inshallah. We remember all of those who are in difficulty and pain, all of those who are ill, they are on the beds in hospitals, at their homes, all of those who have left us, especially our dear brother Wajahat Siddiqui, who we miss every single day and would be with us during these nights, and the others that we have lost from last year. Let us remember all of the Muslims around the world who are in prisons. Let us remember all of the captives around the world who are taken away from their families. Let us remember all of those who have hajat that they've only shared with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Oh Allah, you're the one who can remove the most difficult situations. The biggest knots in my life, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can remove it in a moment. This situation seems impossible to me. In the hands of Allah, it's very much possible. Oh Allah, all of those situations that seem impossible from our perspective, oh Allah, on a night like this, if it's in your wisdom and in our best interest, remove it from our lives, inshallah. Take a couple moments to remember your hajats. Allah salawat, please. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad wa ajil farajahum. Inshallah, we'll continue with the short du'as that are recommended for tonight. Inshallah, I'm just going to wait a couple moments for those who might be leaving, and inshallah, everybody else can settle down, inshallah. Just one or two.
this. Inshallah, we're going to begin with the dua. Inshallah, the brothers in the back can decide, inshallah, if they're staying or heading out, so we can start, inshallah. Inshallah, if you're staying, please take a seat. The brothers who are staying, please take a seat. Okay, one loud salawat, please. Okay, the sisters in the back, if you're, inshallah, if you're staying, stay. If you're leaving, please leave. We have to get started, inshallah. If you're staying, take a seat, please. Okay, one more loud salawat, please. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad. Inshallah, let's move on to 159, slide 159. The dua that is attributed to the 12th Imam that he recited during his qunut. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم ارزقنا توفيق الطاعة وبعد المعصية وصدق النية وعرفان الحرمة وأكرمنا بالهدى والاستقامة وسدد ألسنتنا بالصواب والحكمة واملأ قلوبنا بالعلم والمعرفة وطهر بطوننا من الحرام والشبهة واكفف أيدينا عن الظلم والسرقة واغضض أبصارنا عن الفجور والخيانة واسدد أسماعنا عن اللغو والغيبة وتفضل على علمائنا بالزهد والنصيحة وعلى المتعلمين بالجهد والرغبة وعلى المستمعين بالاتباع والموعظة وعلى مرضى المسلمين بالشفاء والراحة وعلى موتاهم بالرأفة والرحمة وعلى مشايخنا بالوقار والسكينة وعلى الشباب بالإنابة والتوبة. Oh Allah, grant to our youth the opportunity to repent. Repenting when I become old is good, but it's a natural phase of life. Repenting when you are young is something else. Yes, you saw during A'mal, we had a maybe 8-year-old, 10-year-old reciting the adhkar. It's very valuable, very valuable.
10-year-old is learning to do adhkar at young age. Tawbah when you're young. When you get older, first of all, you don't know if you get older. Secondly, even if I make it that way, then that sin is so established in me, pulling it away from myself has become too difficult. Too difficult. Possible, but too difficult. That's why doing tawbah when you're young has a special reward. Yes? We'll continue inshallah. وعلى النساء بالحياء والعفة وعلى الأغنياء بالتواضع والسعة وعلى الفقراء بالصبر والقناعة وعلى الغزاة بالنصر والغلبة وعلى الأسراء بالخلاص والراحة وعلى الأمراء بالعدل والشفقة وعلى الرعية بالإنصاف وحسن السيرة وبارك للحجاج والزوار في الزاد والنفقة واقض ما أوجبت عليهم من الحج والعمرة بفضلك ورحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. صلوات اللهم صل على محمد. Inshallah, the next dua is Ya Dha Alladhi Kana Qabla Kulli Shay, the one who existed before everything else. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا ذا الذي كان قبل كل شيء ثم خلق كل شيء ثم يبقى ويفنى كل شيء. يا ذا الذي ليس كمثله شيء ويا ذا الذي ليس في السماوات العلى ولا في الأرضين السفلى ولا فوقهن ولا تحتهن ولا بينهن إله يعبده غيره. لك الحمد حمدا لا يقوى على إحصائه إلا أنت. فصل على محمد وآل محمد صلاة لا يقوى على إحصائها إلا أنت. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد صلوات. اللهم صل على محمد. Inshallah, we'll move to the last of the short du'as of tonight. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم امدد لي في عمره وأوسع لي في رزقي وأسح لي جسمي وبلغني أملي. وإن كنت من الأشقياء فامحني من الأشقياء واكتبني من السعداء. فإنك قلت في كتابك المنزل على نبيك المرسل صلواتك عليه وآله. يمحو الله ما يشاء ويثبته وعنده أم الكتاب صلوات. اللهم صل على محمد. So this dua we read is we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to change His decree when it comes to us. Why? Because my previous decree might have been done on a time where I wasn't so close to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the verse that we read at the end of the dua, what did He say? Say, oh Allah, even if you decreed some things, you have left this window open that if I change my ways, you can come back and change what you have decreed for me. And the narration says dua can change a decree that is fully established. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can change it in a moment if I return to Him. If I come back to Him, there is always that window is open. Yes, every now and then something Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has willed cannot be changed. Yes, we know this. But beyond that, most of the things in life, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala waits to see what I do. Even if there's a previous decree on it, yamhu, He can wipe it out, He can remove it and write something else instead for me. So, oh Allah, if you made a decree for me a while ago because you looked at me and I wasn't the best person, oh Allah, do mahwa of that, remove that. Yes, do a better decree for me on a night like this, inshallah. All right, we'll move on to, yes, the next of the a'mal, if I'm not mistaken, is ziyarat aminullah, yes? Yes. As we've mentioned in the previous nights, this is the ziyarah that we give to the first imam because he is aminullah and he is entrusted with the knowledge of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alayka ya amin Allahi fi ardih wa hujjatahu ala ibadih. Assalamu alayka ya amir al-mu'minin. Ashhadu annaka jahadta fillah حق جهاده وعملت بكتابه واتبعت سنن نبيه صلى الله عليه وآله حتى دعاك الله إلى جواره فقبضك إليه باختياره وألزم أعداءك الحجة مع ما لك من الحجج البالغة على جميع خلق. Oh Allah, I bear witness that this Imam of mine, he always acted based off of the sunnah of the prophets. So when the time of the first Khalifa, second Khalifa came to an end and it was time for the council to choose the next Khalifa, they said, "O Amirul Mu'mineen," Abdul Rahman ibn Auf said, "O Amirul Mu'mineen, Ya Ali, if you come forward, O Abul Hasan, if you come forward and you guarantee to act based off of the sunnah of the two previous caliphs and the Quran and the teachings of Allah, we'll give you the Khilafah." What did he say? He said, "I promise to act upon the teachings of Quran and the teachings of the Prophet, but I cannot guarantee to act upon the teachings of what? The previous Khulafa." They turned to the third Khalifa, same offer, he took it. Oh Allah, this Imam of mine, the one who I'm asking by his right on a night like this, he always did things based on the sunnah of your prophets. I never changed the sunnah of your prophets. Allahumma faj'al nafsi mutma'innatan biqadarik radiyatan biqada'ik mula'atan bidhikrika wa du'aik muhibbatan lissafwati awliyaik محبوبة في أرضك وسمائك صابرة على نزول بلائك شاكرة لفواضل نعمائك ذاكرة لسوابغ آلائك مشتاقة إلى فرحة لقائك متزودة التقوى ليوم جزائك مستنة بسنن أوليائك مفارقة لأخلاق أعدائك مشغولة عن الدنيا بحمدك وثنائك اللهم إن قلوب المخبتين إليك والها والسبل الراغبين إليك الشارعة وأعلام القاصدين إليك واضحا وأفئدة العارفين منك فازعا وأصوات الداعين إليك صاعدا وأبواب الإجابة لهم مفتحا ودعوة من ناجا كمستجابا وتوبة من أناب إليك مقبولا وعبرة من بكى من خوفك مرحوما والإغاثة لمن استغاث بك موجودا والإعانة لمن استعان بك مبذولا وعداتك لعبادك منجزا وزلل من استقالك مقالا وأعمال العاملين لديك وأرزاقك إلى الخلائق من لدنك نازلا وعوائد المزيد إليهم واصلا وذنوب المستغفرين مغفورا وحوائج خلقك عندك مقضيا وجوائز السائلين عندك موفرا وعوائد المزيد متواترا وموائد المستطعمين معدا ومناهل الظمائن اللهم فاستجب دعائي واقبل ثنائي واجمع بيني وبين أوليائي بحق محمد وعلي وفاطمة والحسن والحسين إنك ولي نعمائي ومنتهى مناي وغايته رجائي في منقلبي أنت إلهي وسيدي ومولاي اغفر لأوليائنا وكف عنا أعداءنا وأشغلهم عن آذانا وأظهر كلمة الحق واجعلها العليا وأدحذ كلمة الباطل واجعلها السفلى إنك على كل شيء قدير. اللهم صل. Inshallah, we'll end the short a'mal with ziyarat warith, the ziyarah of our beloved third Imam. The one who is inherited with the mission of all of the great prophets of Allah, the one who walked in the footsteps of all of the great prophets of Allah. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. السلام عليك يا وارث آدم صفوة الله. السلام عليك يا وارث نوح نبي الله. السلام عليك يا وارث إبراهيم خليل. السلام عليك يا وارث موسى كليم الله. السلام عليك يا وارث عيسى روح الله. السلام عليك يا وارث محمد حبيب الله. السلام عليك يا وارث أمير المؤمنين عليه السلام. السلام عليك يا ابن محمد المصطفى. السلام عليك يا ابن علي المرتضى. السلام عليك يا ابن فاطمة الزهراء. السلام عليك يا ابن خديجة الكبرى. السلام عليك يا ثار الله وابن ثاره والوتر الموتور. أشهد أنك قد أقمت الصلاة وآتيت الزكاة وأمرت بالمعروف ونهيت عن المنكر وأطعت الله ورسوله حتى أتاك اليقين. فلعن الله أمة قتلتك ولعن الله أمة ظلمتك ولعن الله أمة سمعت بذلك فرضيت به. يا مولاي يا أبا عبد الله أشهد أنك كنت نورا في الأصلاب الشامخة والأرحام المطهرة. لم تنجسك الجاهلية بأنجاسها ولم تلبسك من مدلهمات ثيابها. وأشهد أنك من دعائم الدين وأركان المؤمنين. وأشهد أنك الإمام البر التقي الرضي الزكي الهادي. وأشهد أن الأئمة من ولدك كلمة التقوى وأعلامه الهدى والعروة الوثقى والحجة على أهل الدنيا. وأشهد الله وملائكته وأنبياءه ورسله أني بكم مؤمن وبإيابكم موقن بشرائع ديني وخواتيم عملي وقلبي لقلبكم سلم وأمري لأمركم متبع. صلوات الله عليكم وعلى أرواحكم وعلى أجسادكم وعلى أجسامكم وعلى شاهدكم وعلى غائبكم وعلى ظاهركم وعلى باطنكم. بأبي أنت وأمي يا ابن رسول الله. بأبي أنت وأمي يا أبا عبد الله. لقد عظمت الرزية وجلت المصيبة بك علينا وعلى جميع أهل السماوات. فلعن الله أمة أسرجت وألجمت وتهيأت لقتالك. يا مولاي يا أبا عبد الله قصدت حرمك وأتيت إلى مشهدك أسأل الله بالشأن الذي لك عنده وبالمحل الذي لك لدي أن يصلي على محمد وآل محمد وأن يجعلني معكم في الدنيا. Now we give salam to that beloved son of Imam al-Hussein, the one who carried so many virtues with him. Yes, when Ali Akbar became martyred, he said, "Ala dunya ba'dak al-afu." I don't want this world after you. Yes. We give salam to the beloved son of the Imam. Assalamu alayka ya ibna Rasulillah. Assalamu alayka ya ibna Nabiyillah. Assalamu alayka ya ibna Amir al-Mu'mineen. Assalamu alayka ya ibna al-Husayn al-Shaheed. Assalamu alayka أيها الشهيد وابن الشهيد. السلام عليك أيها المظلوم وابن لعن الله أمة قتلت ولعن الله أمة ظلمت ولعن الله أمة سمعت بذلك فرضيت به. السلام عليك يا ولي الله وابن وليه. لقد عظمت المصيبة وجلت الرزية بك علينا وعلى جميع المسلمين. فلعن الله أمة قتلت وأبرأوا إلى الله وإليك منهم. Give salam now to those special companions of Imam al-Hussein. The one who he said, ما وجدت ما رأيت أصحابا أوفى منكم. There's no companions in the world who are as loyal as you are. And they came outside of the tent of Imam al-Hussein. They said, if they burn our bodies 100 times and they shed our bodies and our ashes, we will come back to die for you again. We give salam to those special companions. السلام عليكم يا أولياء الله وأحباءه. السلام عليكم يا أسفياء الله وأوداءه. السلام عليكم يا أنصار دين الله. السلام عليكم يا أنصار رسول الله. السلام عليكم يا أنصار أمير المؤمنين. السلام عليكم يا أنصار فاطمة سيدتي نساء العالمين. السلام عليكم يا أنصار أبي محمد الحسن ابن علي الولي الناصح. السلام عليكم يا أنصار أبي عبد الله بأبي أنتم وأمي. تبتم وطابت الأرض التي فيها دفنتم وفزتم فوزا عظيما. فيا ليتني كنت معكم فأفوز معكم. صلوات اللهم صل على محمد. Inshallah, we'll take a couple minutes for those who want to do the 2 rakat salat of Ziyarat Warith, and then a short break, and inshallah the long a'mal afterwards.
What's up? Please talk to me. Nobody talks to me. What's up? No, nothing. This is down. That's down. What time are we starting? 2 minutes? 2 minutes. 2 minutes with the headset. Brothers and sisters, if I can have your attention, please. If I can have your attention, please. We are about to start the recitation of the surah shortly. Also, if I may request, the people who are sitting in the main hall, look around you. If you find any empty water bottles or turbas lying around, please collect them, keep them to yourself so that people don't step on them as they're making their way back into the hall. We are about to start the recitation of the surahs. Let us all recite a loud salawat. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. I'm sure we can do better. One more loud salawat, please. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad wa ajjal farajahum. Jazakallah.
Inshallah, we're going to start with the recitation of Surah Ad-Dukhan. Surah Ad-Dukhan is a short 10-minute surah. And it is surah number 44. Surah number 44, Surah Ad-Dukhan. So this surah is named after one of the signs of Judgment Day. We of course know before Judgment Day begins, for us there is a big chapter that is when the 12th Imam comes. And he governs and he rules and so on and so forth. Then when after all of that is done, then the signs of Judgment Day begin to show themselves. Yes? Of those signs of Judgment Day is what? Is the smoke. And it seems as though this is a punishment for the wrongdoers. The sisters who are standing, if you're joining us, please inshallah take a seat. of the signs of Judgment Day are multiple signs. Of them is the earthquake that will take place. Of those signs is the appearance of Ya'juj and Ma'juj. Yes, these are all in the verses of the Quran. Of those signs is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will raise a creature from the earth who will come out and speak about how people disbelieved in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Dabbatan tukallimuhum anna an-nasa kanu bi ayatina la yuqinun. So this dukhan is in that context of the signs of Judgment Day. Okay, so I'm going to do this shorter surah, and then we have brothers who inshallah will recite Rum and Ankabut, inshallah. Who's controlling the audio? Okay, just as long as it's not ringing. Is the audio sounding fine to you guys? Okay, inshallah, we'll start. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم حاميم والكتاب المبين إنا أنزلناه في ليلة مباركة إنا كنا منذرين فيها يفرق كل أمر حكيم أمرا من عندنا إنا كنا مرسلين رحمة من ربك إنه هو السميع العليم رب السماوات والأرض وما بينهما إن كنتم موقنين لا إله إلا هو يحيي ويميت ربكم ورب آبائكم الأولين بل هم في شك يلعبون فارتقب يوم تأتي السماء بدخان مبين يغشى الناس هذا عذاب أليم ربنا اكشف عنا العذاب إنا مؤمنون أنى لهم الذكرى وقد جاءهم رسول مبين ثم تولوا عنه وقالوا معلم مجنون إنا كاشف العذاب قليلا إنكم عائدون يوم نبطش البطشة الكبرى إنا منتقمون ولقد فتنا قبلهم قوم فرعون وجاءهم رسول كريم أن أدوا إلي عباد الله إني لكم رسول أمين وأن لا تعلوا على الله إني آتيكم بسلطان مبين وإني عذت بربي وربكم أن ترجمون وإن لم تؤمنوا لي فاعتزلون فدعا ربه أن هؤلاء قوم مجرمون فأسر بعبادي ليلا إنكم متبعون واترك البحر رهوا إنهم جند مغرقون كم تركوا من جنات وعيون وزروع ومقام كريم ونعمة كانوا فيها فاكهين كذلك وأورثناها قوما آخرين. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, the people of Fir'aun, they continued to disobey until, of course, Bani Israel left. When they left, Fir'aun called amongst his people. He said, Inna ha'ula'i la shirdimatun qalilun. These people who have ran away from us, they're a very small group of people. We're going to capture them and we're going to teach them a lesson. And then the Quran says, when they were leaving, كَمْ تَرَكُوا مِنْ جَنَّاتٍ وَعُيُونٍ, verse 25. How many gardens did they leave behind? And how many palaces did they leave behind? And how many springs of water did they leave behind? Why is the Quran mentioning this? Because they didn't know this, that this is going to be the last time they're leaving their palace. Huh? The one who disobeys Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he thinks he always has this power. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala might give him this power for a long time actually. Because the Quran says, وَأُمْلِي لَهُمْ. We keep giving them opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. Yes? So he takes these opportunities to return to Allah. He takes them as God's not there. He doesn't care. He's allowed me to do whatever I want to do. So it adds to his ghafla. So when he's in that power and he leaves that powerful place for the last time, he doesn't realize he's leaving it for the last time. He thinks it's just going to be normal. It's going to come back again. The Quran said, كَمْ تَرَكُوا مِنْ جَنَّاتٍ وَعُيُونٍ وَالزُّرُوعٍ وَمَقَامٍ كَرِيمٍ وَنَعْمَةٍ كَانُوا فِيهَا فَاكِهِينَ. The amount of blessings that we gave to them. But instead of taking these blessings and remembering us, they were fakihin. Fakih means what? The one who is so happy he forgets about Allah. He's so busy with the blessings, he forgets about Allah. And then look, verse 28. كَذَلِكَ وَأَوْرَثْنَاهَا قَوْمًا آخَرِينَ. You know what we did? We took all those palaces and we just handed it over to the next generation. Someone else inherited all of it. So he thought he owns it. He actually built it for some other people. This is what happens if I get busy with the blessings of life and I forget the one who gave them to me to begin with. We'll continue from verse 29. فما بكت عليهم السماء والأرض وما كانوا منظرين ولقد نجينا بني إسرائيل من العذاب المهين من فرعون إنه كان عاليا من المسرفين ولقد اخترناهم على علم على العالمين وآتيناهم من الآيات ما فيه بلاء مبين إن هؤلاء ليقولون إن هي إلا موتتنا الأولى وما نحن بمنشرين فأتوا بآبائنا إن كنتم صادقين أهم خير أم قوم تبع والذين من قبلهم أهلكناهم إنهم كانوا مجرمين وما خلقنا السماوات والأرض وما بينهما لاعبين ما خلقناهما إلا بالحق ولكن أكثرهم لا يعلمون إن يوم الفصل ميقاتهم أجمعين يوم لا يغني مولا عن مولا شيئا ولا هم ينصرون إلا من رحم الله إنه هو العزيز الرحيم إن شجرة الزقوم طعام الأثيم كالمهل يغلي في البطون كغلي الحميم خذوه فاعتلوه إلى سواء الجحيم ثم صبوا فوق رأسه من عذاب الحميم ذق إنك أنت العزيز الكريم إن هذا ما كنتم به تمترون إن المتقين في مقام أمين في جنات وعيون يلبسون من سندس وإستبرق متقابلين كذلك وزوجناهم بحور عين يدعون فيها بكل فاكهة آمنين لا يذوقون فيها الموت إلا الموتة الأولى ووقاهم عذاب الجحيم فضلا من ربك ذلك هو الفوز العظيم فإنما يسرناه بلسانك لعلهم يتذكرون فارتقب إنهم مرتقبون صدق الله العلي العظيم صلوات الله
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ألف لام ميم أحسب الناس أن يتركوا أن يقولوا آمنا وهم لا يفتنون ولقد فتنا الذين من قبلهم فليعلمن الله الذين صدقوا وليعلمن الكاذبين أم حسب الذين يعملون السيئات أن يسبقونا ساء ما يحكمون من كان يرجو لقاء فإن أجل الله لآت وهو السميع العليم ومن جاهد فإنما يجاهد لنفسه إن الله لغني عن العالمين والذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات لنكفرن عنهم سيئاتهم ولنجزينهم أحسن الذي كانوا يعملون ووصينا الإنسان بالوالديه حسنا وإن جاهداك لتشرك بي ما ليس لك به علم فلا تطعهما إلي مرجعكم فأنبئكم بما كنتم تعملون والذين آمنوا وعملوا صالحات لندخلنهم في الصالحين ومن الناس من يقول آمنا بالله فإذا أوذي في الله جعل فتنة الناس كعذاب الله ولئن جاء نصر من ربك ليقولن إنا كنا معكم وليس الله بأعلم بما في صدور العاملين وليعلمن الله الذين آمنوا وليعلمن المنافقين. وقال الذين كفروا وللذين آمنوا اتبعوا سبيلنا ونحمل خطاياكم وما هم بحاملين من خطاياهم من شيء إنهم لكاذبون. وليحملن أثقالهم وأثقالا مع أثقالهم وليسألن يوم القيامة عما كانوا يفترون. ولقد أرسلنا نوحا إلى قومه فلبث فيهم ألف سنة إلا 50 عاما فأخذهم الطوفان وهم ظالمون فأنجيناه وأصحاب السفينة وجعلنا آية للعالمين. وإبراهيم إذ قال لقوم اعبدوا الله واتقوا ذلكم خير لكم إن كنتم تعلمون. إنما تعبدون من دون الله أوثانا وتخلقون إفكا إن الذين تعبدون من دون الله لا يملكون لكم رزقا فابتقوا عند الله رزقا واعبدوه واشكروا له إليه ترجعون. وإن تكذبوه فقد كذب من قبلكم وما على الرسول إلا البلاغ المبين. أولم يروا كيف يبدئ الله الخلق ثم يعيده إن ذلك على الله يسير. قل سيروا في الأرض فانظروا كيف بدأ الخلق ثم الله ينشئ النشأة الآخرة إن الله على كل شيء قدير. يعذب من يشاء ويرحم من يشاء وإليه تقلبون. وما أنتم بمعجزين في الأرض ولا في السماء وما لكم من دون الله من ولي ولا نصير. والذين كفروا بآيات الله ولقائه أولئك يئسوا من رحمتي وأولئك لهم عذاب أليم. فما كان جواب قومه إلا أن قالوا اقتلوه أو حرقوه فأنجاه الله من النار. إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يؤمنون. وقال إنما اتخذتم من دون الله أوثانا مودة بينكم في الحياة الدنيا ثم يوم القيامة يكفر بعضكم ببعض ويلعن بعضكم ببعضا ومأواكم النار وما لكم من الناصرين. فآمن له لوط وقال إني مهاجر إلى ربي إنه هو العزيز الحكيم. ووهبنا له إسحاق ويعقوب وجعلنا في ذرية النبوة والكتاب وآتيناه أجره في الدنيا وإنه في الآخرة لمن الصالحين. ولوطا إذ قال لقومه إنكم لتأتون الفاحشة ما سبقكم بها من أحد من العالمين. أئنكم لتأتون الرجال وتقطعون السبيل وتأتون في ناديكم المنكر. فما كان جواب قومه إلا أن قالوا ائتنا بعذاب الله إن كنت من الصادقين. قال رب انصرني على القوم المفسدين. ولما جاءت رسلنا إبراهيم بالبشرى قالوا إنا مهلكو أهل هذه القرية إن أهلها كانوا ظالمين. قال إن فيها لوطا قالوا نحن أعلم بمن فيها لننجينه وأهله إلا امرأته كانت من الغابرين. ولما جاءت رسلنا لوطا سيء بهم وضاق بهم ذرعا وقالوا لا تخاف ولا تحزن إنا منجوك وأهلك إلا امرأتك كانت من الغابرين. إنا منزلون على أهل هذه القرية رجزا من السماء بما كانوا يفسقون. ولقد تركنا منها آية بينة لقوم يعقلون. وإلى مدين أخاهم شعيبا وقال يا قوم اعبدوا الله وأرجوا اليوم الآخر ولا تعثوا في الأرض مفسدين. فكذبوه فأخذتهم الرجفة فأصبحوا في دارهم جاثمين. وعادا وثمودا وقد تبين لكم من مساكنهم وزين لهم الشيطان أعمالهم فصدهم عن السبيل وكانوا مستبصرين. وقارون وفرعون وهامان ولقد جاءهم موسى بالبينات فاستكبروا في الأرض وما كانوا سابقين. فكلا أخذنا بذنبه فمنهم من أرسلنا عليه حاسبا ومنهم من أخذته الصيحة ومنهم من خسفنا به الأرض ومنهم من أغرقنا وما كان الله ليظلمهم ولكن كانوا أنفسهم يظلمون مثل الذين اتخذوا من دون الله أولياء كمثل العنكبوت اتخذت بيتا وإن أوهن البيوت لبيت العنكبوت لو كانوا يعلمون إن الله يعلم ما يدعون من دونه من شيء وهو العزيز الحكيم وتلك الأمثال نضربها للناس وما يعقلها إلا العالمون خلق الله السماوات والأرض بالحق إن في ذلك لآيات للمؤمنين أتل ما أوحي إليك من الكتاب وأقم الصلاة إن الصلاة تنهى عن الفحشاء والمنكر ولذكر الله أكبر والله يعلم ما تصنعون ولا تجادلوا أهل الكتاب إلا بالتي هي أحسن إلا الذين ظلموا منهم وقولوا آمنا بالذي أنزل إلينا وأنزل إليكم وإلهنا وإلهكم واحد ونحن له مسلمون وكذلك أنزلنا إليك الكتاب فالذين آتيناهم الكتاب يؤمنوا به ومن هؤلاء من يؤمن به وما يجحد بآياتنا إلا الكافرون وما كنت تتلو من قبله من كتاب ولا تخطه بيمينك إذا لارتاب المبطلون بل هو آيات بينات في صدور الذين أوتوا العلم وما يجحد بآياتنا إلا الظالمون وقالوا لولا أنزل عليه آيات من ربه قل إنما الآيات عند الله وإنما أنا نذير مبين أولم يكفهم أنا أنزلنا عليك الكتاب يتلى عليهم إن في ذلك لرحمة وذكرى لقوم يؤمنون قل كفى بالله بيني وبينكم شهيدا يعلم ما في السماوات والأرض والذين آمنوا بالباطل وكفروا بالله أولئك هم الخاسرون ويستعجلونك بالعذاب ولولا أجل مسمى لجاهم العذاب ولياتينهم بغتة وهم لا يشعرون يستعجلونك بالعذاب وإن جهنم لمحيط بالكافرين يوم يغشاهم العذاب من فوقهم ومن تحت أرجلهم ويقول ذوقوا ما كنتم تعملون يا عبادي الذين آمنوا إن أرضي واسعة فإياي فاعبدون كل نفس ذائقة الموت ثم إلينا ترجعون والذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات لنبوئنهم من الجنة غرفا تجري من تحتها الأنهار خالدين فيها نعم أجر العاملين الذين صبروا وعلى ربهم يتوكلون وكأي من دابة لا تحمل رزقها الله يرزقها وإياكم وهو السميع العليم ولئن سألتهم من خلق السماوات والأرض وسخر الشمس والقمر ليقولن الله فأنى يؤفكون الله يبسط الرزق لمن يشاء من عباده ويقدر له إن الله بكل شيء عليم ولئن سألتهم من نزل من السماء ماء فأحيا به الأرض من بعد موتها ليقولن الله قل الحمد لله بل أكثرهم لا يعقلون وما هذا الحياة الدنيا إلا لهو ولعب وإن الدار الآخرة لهي الحيوان لو كانوا يعلمون فإذا ركبوا في الفلك دعوا الله مخلصين له الدين فلما نجاهم إلى البر إذا هم يشركون ليكفروا بما آتيناهم وليتمتعوا فسوف يعلمون أولم يروا أنا جعلنا حرما آمنا ويتخطف الناس من حولهم أفبالباطل يؤمنون بنعمة الله يكفرون ومن أظلم ممن افترى على الله كذبا أو كذب بالحق لما جاءه أليس في جهنم مثوى للكافرين والذين جاهدوا فينا لنهدينهم سبلنا وإن الله لمع المحسنين صدق الله العلي العظيم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ألف لام ميم. غلبت الروم في أدنى الأرض وهم من بعد غلبهم سيغلبون في بضع سنين. لله الأمر من قبل ومن بعد ويومئذ يفرح المؤمنون بنصر الله ينصر من يشاء وهو العزيز الرحيم. وعد الله لا يخلف الله وعده ولكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون ظاهرا من الحياة الدنيا وهم عن الآخرة هم غافلون. أولم يتفكروا في أنفسهم ما خلق الله السماوات والأرض وما بينهما إلا بالحق وأجل مسمى وإن كثيرا من الناس بلقاء ربهم لكافرون. أولم يسيروا في الأرض فينظروا كيف كان عاقبة الذين من قبلهم كانوا أشد منهم قوة وأثاروا الأرض وعمروها أكثر مما عمروها وجاءتهم رسلهم بالبينات فما كان الله ليظلمهم ولكن كانوا أنفسهم يظلمون. ثم كان عاقبة الذين أساءوا السوء أن كذبوا بآيات الله وكانوا بها يستهزئون. الله يبدأ الخلق ثم يعيده ثم إليه ترجعون. ويوم تقوم الساعة يبلس المجرمون ولم يكن لهم من شركائهم شفعاء وكانوا بشركائهم كافرين. ويوم تقوم الساعة يومئذ يتفرقون فأما الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات فهم في روضة يحبرون. وأما الذين كفروا وكذبوا بآياتنا ولقاء الآخرة فأولئك في العذاب محضرون. فسبحان الله حين تمسون وحين تصبحون وله الحمد في السماوات والأرض وعشيا وحين تظهرون. يخرج الحي من الميت ويخرج الميت من الحي ويحيي الأرض بعد موتها وكذلك تخرجون ومن آياته أن خلقكم من تراب ثم إذا أنتم بشر تنتشرون ومن آياته أن خلق لكم من أنفسكم أزواجا لتسكنوا إليها وجعل بينكم مودة ورحمة إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يتفكرون ومن آياته خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف ألسنتكم وألوانكم إن في ذلك لآيات للعالمين ومن آياته منامكم بالليل والنهار وابتغاؤكم من فضله إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يسمعون ومن آياته يريكم البرق خوفا وطمعا وينزل من السماء ماء فيحيي به الأرض بعد موتها إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يعقلون ومن آياته أن تقوم السماء والأرض بأمره ثم إذا دعاكم دعوة من الأرض إذا أنتم تخرجون وله من في السماوات والأرض كل له قانتون وهو الذي يبدأ الخلق ثم يعيده وهو أهون عليه وله المثل الأعلى في السماوات والأرض وهو العزيز الحكيم ضرب لكم مثلا من أنفسكم هل لكم مما ملكت أيمانكم من شركاء فيما رزقناكم فأنتم فيه سواء تخافونهم كخيفتكم أنفسكم كذلك نفصل الآيات لقوم يعقلون بل اتبع الذين ظلموا أهواءهم بغير علم فمن يهدي من أضل الله وما لهم من ناصرين فأقم وجهك للدين حنيفا فطرة الله التي فطر الناس عليها لا تبديل لخلق الله ذلك الدين القيم ولكن أكثر الناس لا يعلمون منيبين إليه واتقوه وأقيموا الصلاة ولا تكونوا من المشركين من الذين فرقوا دينهم وكانوا شيعا كل حزب بما لديهم فرحون وإذا مس الناس ضر دعوا ربهم منيبين إليه ثم إذا أذاقهم منه رحمة إذا فريق منهم بربهم يشركون ليكفروا بما آتيناهم فتمتعوا فسوف تعلمون أم أنزلنا عليهم سلطانا فهو يتكلم بما كانوا به يشركون وإذا أذقنا الناس رحمة فرحوا بها وإن تصبهم سيئة بما قدمت أيديهم إذا هم يقنطون أولم يروا أن الله يبسط الرزق لمن يشاء ويقدر إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يؤمنون فآت ذا القربى حقه والمسكين وابن السبيل ذلك خير للذين يريدون وجه الله وأولئك هم المفلحون وما آتيتم من ربا ليربو في أموال الناس فلا يربو عند الله وما آتيتم من زكاة تريدون وجه الله فأولئك هم المضعفون الله الذي خلقكم ثم رزقكم ثم يميتكم ثم يحييكم هل من شركائكم من يفعل من ذلكم من شيء سبحانه وتعالى عما يشركون ظهر الفساد في البر والبحر بما كسبت أيدي الناس ليذيقهم بعض الذي عملوا لعلهم يرجعون قل سيروا في الأرض فانظروا كيف كان عاقبة الذين من قبل كان أكثرهم مشركين فأقم وجهك للدين القيم من قبل أن يأتي يوم لا مرد له من الله يومئذ يصدعون من كفر فعليه كفره ومن عمل صالحا فلأنفسهم يمهدون ليجزي الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات من فضله إنه لا يحب الكافرين ومن آياته أن يرسل الرياح مبشرات وليذيقكم من رحمته ولتجري الفلك بأمره ولتبتغوا من فضله ولعلكم تشكرون ولقد أرسلنا من قبلك رسلا إلى قومهم فجاءوهم بالبينات فانتقمنا من الذين أجرموا وكان حقا علينا نصر المؤمنين الله الذي يرسل الرياح فتثير سحابا فيبسطه في السماء كيف يشاء ويجعله كسفا فترى الودق يخرج من خلاله فإذا أصاب به من يشاء من عباده إذا هم يستبشرون وإن كانوا من قبل أن ينزل عليهم من قبله لمبلسين فانظر إلى آثار رحمة الله كيف يحيي الأرض بعد موتها إن ذلك لمحيي الموتى وهو على كل شيء قدير ولئن أرسلنا ريحا فرأوه مصفرا لظلوا من بعده يكفرون فإنك لا تسمع الموتى ولا تسمع الصم الدعاء إذا ولوا مدبرين وما أنت بهاد العمي عن ضلالتهم إن تسمع إلا من يؤمن بآياتنا فهم مسلمون الله الذي خلقكم من ضعف ثم جعل من بعد ضعف قوة ثم جعل من بعد قوة ضعفا وشيبة يخلق ما يشاء وهو العليم القدير ويوم تقوم الساعة يقسم المجرمون ما لبثوا غير ساعة كذلك كانوا يؤفكون وقال الذين أوتوا العلم والإيمان لقد لبثتم في كتاب الله إلى يوم البعث فهذا يوم البعث ولكنكم كنتم لا تعلمون فيومئذ لا ينفع الذين ظلموا معذرتهم ولا هم يستعتبون ولقد ضربنا للناس في هذا القرآن من كل مثل ولئن جئتهم بآية ليقولن الذين كفروا إن أنتم إلا مبطلون كذلك يطبع الله على قلوب الذين لا يعلمون فاصبر إن وعد الله حق ولا يستخفنك الذين لا يوقنون
There will be a short 5 to 10 minute break. Please get snacks, and inshallah we'll continue with the recitation of Dua Josh and Kabir. The Azakhana is now open for the sisters if they wish to go and do ziyarah. If people can also help pick up if there's any trash, empty water bottles, if they can help clean that up and toss it, that'd be great. Thank you.
Just a heads up, we have just put down chicken zinger wraps in the back hall as well. So if anybody wants to have some protein aside from the carbs, please help yourselves. Another heads up, the cold brew coffee that's in the back is very strong, so bear that in mind, unless you want to be up till Fajr tomorrow. Just a quick announcement. We have found an iPhone, a blue iPhone on the men's side on the stairs. If somebody's missing an iPhone, please come up to the stage and collect it. A blue iPhone. I apologize, I keep making announcements. 12:30, inshallah, we begin Joshan Kabir. 12:30, so inshallah in 9 to 10 minutes, we will begin the recitation of Dua Joshan Kabir.
If I can please ask the brothers and sisters to take a seat and get ready as we continue the Amal with the recitation of Dua Joshin Kabir.
Brothers and sisters, I'm sure you enjoyed this mini break. Inshallah, we are about to begin the recitation of Joshan Kabir. let us all start to settle down and recite a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Let us recite one more loud salawat, please. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad wa ajjal farajahum.
Inshallah, we're going to get started with Joshan Kabir. All right, so in order to get started, a loud salawat, please. Allahumma salli ala. Inshallah, we're going to start with Joshan Kabir. For those who know, of course, Joshan Kabir was revealed by Jibreel to the Holy Prophet. And when it was revealed to him, he was told that for his real protection, instead of looking for armor to protect himself, he should recite this dua. This is what's attributed, of course, in the books of dua. That he was told the real protection is this dua to ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for protection. Hence why the name Al-Jawshan Al-Kabir, the great armor. Yes? Inshallah, we'll start with the recitation. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا الله يا رحمن يا رحيم يا كريم يا مقيم يا عظيم يا قديم يا عليم يا حليم يا حكيم سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث يا سيد السادات يا مجيب الدعوات يا رافع الدرجات يا ولي الحسنات يا غافر الخطيئات يا معطي المسألات يا قابل التوبات يا سامع الأصوات يا عالم الخفيات يا دافع البليات سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث يا خير الغافرين يا خير الفاتحين يا خير الناصرين يا خير الحاكمين يا خير الرازقين يا خير الوارثين يا خير الحامدين يا خير الذاكرين يا خير المنزلين يا خير المحسنين سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث يا من له العزة والجمال يا من له القدرة والكمال يا من له الملك والجلال يا من هو الكبير المتعال يا منشئ السحاب الثقال يا من هو شديد المحال يا من هو سريع الحساب يا من هو شديد العقاب يا من عنده حسن الثواب يا من عنده أم الكتاب سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا حنان يا منان يا ديان يا برهان يا سلطان يا رضوان يا غفران يا سبحان يا مستعان يا ذا المن والبيان سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث يا من تواضع كل شيء لعظمته يا من استسلم كل شيء لقدرته يا من ذل كل شيء لعزته يا من خضع كل شيء لهيبته يا من انقاد كل شيء من خشيته يا من تشققت الجبال من مخافته يا من قامت السماوات بأمره يا من استقرت الأرضون بإذنه يا من يسبح الرعد بحمده يا من لا يعتدي على أهل مملكته سبحانك يا لا الغوث يا غافر الخطايا يا كاشف البلايا يا منتهى الرجايا يا مجزل العطايا يا واهب الهدايا يا رازق البرايا يا قاضي المنايا يا سامع الشكايا يا باعث البرايا يا مطلق الأسارى سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث يا ذا الحمد والثناء يا ذا الفخر والبهاء يا ذا المجد والسناء يا ذا العهد والوفاء يا ذا العفو والرضا يا ذا المن والعطاء يا ذا الفصل والقضاء يا ذا العز والبقاء يا ذا الجود والسخاء يا ذا الآلاء والنعماء سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا مانع يا دافع يا رافع يا صانع يا نافع يا سامع يا جامع يا شافع يا واسع يا موسع سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث يا صانع كل مسنوع يا خالق كل مخلوق يا رازق كل مرزوق يا مالك كل مملوك يا كاشف كل مكروب يا فارج كل مهموم يا راحم كل مرحوم يا ناصر كل مخذول يا ساتر كل معيوب يا ملجأ كل مترود سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث يا عدتي عند شدتي يا رجائي عند مصيبتي يا مونسي عند وحشتي يا صاحبي عند غربتي يا وليي عند نعمتي يا غياثي عند كربتي يا دليلي عند حيرتي يا غنائي عند افتقاري يا ملجئي عند اضطراري يا معيني عند مفزعي سبحانك يا لا الغوث. So these are the different characteristics Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala applies when it comes to us. And it shows how many of the different affairs that we have, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala takes care of. Ya uddati inda shiddati. When I'm in a difficult position, you're my provider. Ya raja'i inda musibati. When I'm going through a hard time, you are the means of hope that I have. The fact that you have Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to rely on at the end of the day is a major, major blessing from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Many people in this life, they go through difficulties, they go through calamities, they lose loved ones, and then they go through a crisis. Why? Because they don't know what's happening. They struggle to explain it. So now in Gaza, you see people losing their homes, losing their loved ones, they explain it with one short line. They say, Hasbi Allah wa ni'mal wakil. Allah is enough for me, and He understands. And it's not a crisis. It is a crisis, it's a huge crisis. But in terms of His understanding, it's not a crisis. So all it took from Him was one line, and He understood it. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, through this faith, has given us this opportunity. At any time you go through a difficult time, at least I have something to look forward to. At least I say, oh Allah, you took this away from me. I know deep down you have something much bigger in mind for me. Maybe later in my life, if not maybe later in my life, then in the next world you have something prepared for me. Nothing is lost. When God takes something away, it's not lost. Of course, we struggle with this. But at the end of the day, you as a believer know, what I lost was not actually lost. He took it away from me. He will reward me in such a way that on the day of judgment, I will be happy that I went through this test and this trial. That's why the hadith says that on the day of judgment, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala calls upon those who are struggling financially, yes? And He says, my servants, I did not take wealth away from you to dishonor you. I took wealth away from you. I tested you with this test so that on a day like this when everyone has gathered, you can be the first ones to enter into heaven without any hisab. So He calls out, where are my poor servants? And all the fuqara stand up. This is in Al-Kafi. All the poor servants stand up. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, you have a clear path to heaven. Except, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala adds, Imam Sadiq added in that narration, he said, when these servants are on their way, they hear one more call from Allah. That one more call from Allah is what? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, you have a clear path to heaven, no hisab. Anyone who you look around in the mahshar that you see helped you, you can grab his hand also and take him into heaven with you. The one who struggled, and then the one who helped the one struggled. These narrations say they enter into heaven without hisab. So we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He's the one who's always there for me. Even if I lose something in life, I know at the end of the day, He's going to make it up to me one way or another. Inshallah, we'll continue from number 12.
يا علام الغيوب يا غفار الذنوب يا ستار العيوب يا كاشف الكروب يا مقلب القلوب يا طبيب القلوب يا منور القلوب يا أنيس مؤنس القلوب يا مفرج الهموم يا منفس الغموم سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا جليل يا جميل يا وكيل يا كفيل يا دليل يا قبيل يا مديل يا منيل يا مقيل يا محيل سبحانك يا لا غوث الغوث يا دليل المتحيرين يا غياث المستغيثين يا صريخ المستصرخين يا جار المستجيرين يا أمان الخائفين يا عون المؤمنين يا راحم المساكين يا ملجأ العاصين يا غافر المذنبين يا مجيب دعوة المضطرين سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث يا ذا الجود والإحسان يا ذا الفضل والامتنان يا ذا الأمن والأمان يا ذا القدس والسبحان يا ذا الحكمة والبيان يا ذا الرحمة والرضوان يا ذا الحجة والبرهان يا ذا العظمة والسلطان يا ذا الرأفة والمستعان يا ذا العفو والغفران سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث يا من هو رب كل شيء يا من هو إله كل شيء يا من هو خالق كل شيء يا من هو صانع كل شيء يا من هو قبل كل شيء يا من هو بعد كل شيء يا من هو فوق كل شيء يا من هو عالم بكل شيء يا من هو قادر على كل شيء يا من هو يبقى ويفنى كل شيء سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا مؤمن يا مهيمن يا مكون يا ملقن يا مبين يا مهون يا ممكن يا مزين يا معلن يا مقسم سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث يا من هو في ملكه مقيم يا من هو في سلطانه قديم يا من هو في جلاله عظيم يا من هو على عباده رحيم يا من هو بكل شيء عليم يا من هو بمن عصاه حليم يا من هو بمن رجاه كريم يا من هو في صنعه حكيم يا من هو في حكمته لطيف يا من هو في لطفه قديم سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث يا من لا يرجى إلا فضله يا من لا يسأل إلا عفوه يا من لا ينظر إلا بره يا من لا يخاف إلا عدله يا من لا يدوم إلا ملكه يا من لا سلطان إلا سلطانه يا من وسعت رحمته غضبا يا من وسعت كل شيء رحمته يا من سبقت رحمته غضبا يا من أحاط بكل شيء علمه يا من ليس أحد مثله سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث يا فارج الهام يا كاشف الغام يا غافر الذنب يا قابل التوب يا خالق الخلق يا صادق الوعد يا موفي العهد يا عالم السر يا فالق الحب يا رازق الأنام سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا علي يا وفي يا غني يا ملي يا حفي يا رضي يا زكي يا بدي يا قوي يا ولي سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث يا من أظهر الجميل يا من ستر القبيح يا من لم يؤاخذ بالجريرة يا من لم يهتك الست يا عظيم العاف يا حسن التجاوز يا واسع المغفرة يا باسط اليدين بالرحمة يا صاحب كل نجوى يا منتهى كل شكوى سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث يا ذا النعمة السابغة يا ذا الرحمة الواسعة يا ذا المنة السابقة يا ذا الحكمة البالغة يا ذا القدرة الكاملة يا ذا الحجة القاطعة يا ذا الكرامة الظاهرة يا ذا العزة الدائمة يا ذا القوة المتينة يا ذا العظمة المنيعة سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث يا بديع السماوات يا جاعل الظلمات يا راحم العبرات يا مقيل العثرات يا ساتر العورات يا محيي الأموات يا منزل الآيات يا مضاعف الحسنات يا ماحي السيئات يا شديد النقمات سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا مصور يا مقدر يا مدبر يا مطهر يا منور يا ميسر يا مبشر يا منذر يا مقدم يا مؤخر سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث يا رب البيت الحرام يا رب الشهر الحرام يا رب البلد الحرام يا رب الركن والمقام يا رب المشعر الحرام يا رب المسجد الحرام يا رب الحل والحرام يا رب النور والظلام يا رب التحية والسلام يا رب القدرة في الأنام سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث يا أحكم الحاكمين يا أعدل العادلين يا أصدق الصادقين يا أطهر الطاهرين يا أحسن الخالقين يا أسرع الحاسبين يا أسمع السامعين يا أبصر الناظرين يا أشفع الشافعين يا أكرم الأكرمين سبحانك يا لا
Al-Ghawth. Ya Ashfa' al-Shafi'een. Look at this line. Ya Ashfa' al-Shafi'een. You're the one who is the best of intercessors. So what does shafa'a mean? Shafa'a means my deeds don't stack up. They're not up to standard. They're not enough. So I go and bring a shafi'. Shafi' means something that you pair with something else. That's why the 2 rakats in tahajjud are called what? Shaf', right? Come together, as opposed to witr, which is just by itself. So shafi' means the one that I bring along with myself to present myself to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yes? So we always bring up shafa'a. We say the shafa'a of the Quran, the shafa'a of the Ahlul Bayt, the shafa'a of the Holy Prophet. And these are all true. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala called himself shafi'a too. Why? Because sometimes we ask Allah by the right of himself. See, I don't even need to bring anybody else with me. Just your own mercy is so amazing. You're shafi'a yourself. Actually, you're ashfa' al-shafi'i. And if anybody else can do shafa'a for me on the Day of Judgment, they're just a manifestation of the shafa'a of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala himself. So the mushrikeen of Mecca, they used to worship the idols. When they asked them, why do you worship these idols? They said they're going to do shafa'a for us on the Day of Judgment. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said no. Why? Because if someone wants to do shafa'a, I have to be the one to give them that authority. So all of the shafa'a is just Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala trying to show you his mercy, except through a channel, through a medium. Otherwise, them also is the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's why the Ahlul Bayt might be shafi, Quran might be shafi, good friends, hadith says, can be shafi, scholars can be shafi, not me, the real scholars, yeah? All of these martyrs, shuhada can become shafi, all of them can become shafi. But all of them in reality is just God using different mediums to save you and me. This is his mercy. So he said, even if you go and use anything to come my way, on that day I'll accept it from you. You had a relationship with Quran, that's shafi'. Had a relationship with the Prophet, that's shafi'. In reality, it's just him spanning out all these different forms of mercy for us. So that's why we read in this dua, Ya Ashfa' al-Shafi'een. We're used to the shafi' being someone else. In reality, the shafi' is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala himself. Just mediums and channels. And he's used those medium channels for wisdom. Every one of them, there's a wisdom, yes? So we'll continue, inshallah, a couple more lines and I'll pass it on to our dear brother Zain, inshallah. يا عماد من لا عماد له يا سند من لا سند له يا ذخر من لا ذخر له يا حرز من لا حرز له يا غياث من لا غياث له يا فخر من لا فخر له يا عز من لا عز له يا معين من لا معين له يا أنيس من لا أنيس له يا أمان من لا أمان له سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا عاصم يا قائم يا دائم يا راحم يا سالم يا حاكم يا عالم يا قاسم يا قابض يا باسط سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث يا عاصم من استعصم يا راحم من استرحم يا غافر من استغفر يا ناصر من استنصر يا حافظ من استحفظ يا مكرم من استكرم يا مرشد من استرشد يا صريخ من استصرخ يا معين من استعان يا مغيث من استغاث سبحانك يا لا
يا عزيزا لا يرام لا يا لطيفا لا يرام يا قيوما لا ينام يا دائما لا يفوت
يا حيا لا يموت يا مليكا لا يزول يا باقيا لا ينفى يمنام يا عالما لا يجهل يا صمدا لا يطعم يا قويا لا يضحم سبحانك يا الغوث الغوث اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا أحد يا واحد يا شاهد يا ماجد يا حامد يا راشد يا باعث يا وارث يا ضار يا نافع سبحانك يا لا الغوث يا أعظم من كل عظيم يا أكرم من كل كريم يا أرحم من كل رحيم يا أعلم من كل عليم يا أحكم من كل حكيم يا أقدم من كل قديم يا أكبر من كل كبير يا ألطف من كل لطيف يا أجل من كل جليل يا عز من كل عزيز سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث يا كريم الصفح يا عظيم المن يا كثير الخير يا قديم الفضل يا دائم اللطف يا لطيف الصنح يا منفس الكبير يا كاشف الضر يا مالك الملك يا قاضي الحق سبحانك إلا أنت الغوث الغوث يا من هو في وحده وفي يا من هو في وفائه قوي يا من هو في قوته علي يا من هو في علوته قريب يا من هو في قربه لطيف يا من هو في لطفه شريف يا من هو في شرفه عزيز يا من هو في عزته عظيم يا من هو في عظمته مجيد يا من هو في مجده سبحانك يا الغوث الغوث اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا كافي يا شافي يا وافي يا معافي يا هادي يا داعي يا قاضي يا راضي يا عليم يا فاقي سبحانك الغوث الغوث يا من كل شيء خاضع له يا من كل شيء خاشع له يا من كل شيء كائن له يا من كل شيء موجود به يا من كل شيء منيب إليه يا من كل شيء حائف منه يا من كل شيء قائم به يا من كل شيء صائر إليه يا من كل شيء يسبح بحمده يا من كل شيء هالك إلى وجه سبحانك يا لا أنت الغوث الغوث يا من لا مفر إليه يا من لا مفزع إلا إليه يا من لا مقصد إلا إليه يا من لا منجا منه إلا إليه يا من لا يرغب إلا إليه يا من لا حول ولا قوة إلا به يا من لا يستعان إلا به، يا من لا يتوكل إلا عليه، يا من لا يرجى إلا هو، يا من لا يعبد إلا هو. سبحانك إله أنت الغوث الغوث، يا خير المرهوبين، يا خير المرغوبين، يا خير المطلوبين، يا خير المسؤولين، يا خير المقصودين، يا خير المذكورين، يا خير المشكورين، يا خير المحبوبين، يا خير المدعوين، يا خير المستأنسين. سبحانك يا
اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا غافر يا ساتر يا قادر يا قاهر يا فاطر يا كاسر يا جابر يا ذاكر يا ناظر يا ناصر. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت. يا من خلق فسواه، يا من قدر فهدى، يا من يكشف البلوى، يا من يسمع النجوى، يا من ينقذ الغرقى، يا من ينجي الهلكى، يا من يشفي المرضى، يا من أضحك وأبكى، يا من أمات وأحيا، يا من خلق الزوجين الذكر والأنثى. سبحانك يا لا إله. خلصنا. يا من في البر والبحر سبيله، يا من في الآفاق آياته، يا من في الآيات برهانه، يا من في الممات قدرته، يا من في القبور عبرته، يا من في القيامة ملكه، يا من في الحساب هيبته، يا من في الميزان قضاؤه، يا من في الجنة ثوابه، يا من في النار عقابه. سبحانك يا لا. خلصنا. يا من إليه يهرب الخائفون، يا من إليه يفزع المذنبون، يا من إليه يقصد المنيبون، يا من إليه يرغب الزاهدون، يا من إليه يلجأ المتحيرون، يا من به يستانس المريدون، يا من به يفتخر المحبون، يا من في عفوه يطمع الخاطئون، يا من إليه يسكن الموقنون، يا من عليه يتوكل المتوكلون. سبحانك يا لا. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا حبيب يا طبيب يا قريب يا رقيب يا حسيب يا مهيب يا مثيب يا مجيب يا خبير يا بصير. سبحانك يا لا إله. الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب، يا أقرب من كل قريب، يا أحب من كل حبيب، يا أبصر من كل بصير، يا أخبر من كل خبير، يا أشرف من كل شريف، يا أرفع من كل رفيع، يا أقوى من كل قوي، يا أغنى من كل غني، يا أجود من كل جواد، يا أرأف من كل رؤوف. سبحانك يا لا الغوث. On these lines, it's repeated several times in Dua Joshan. Sometimes we look at these lines, the ones who is closer than those who are close, more beloved than those who are beloved, the one who knows more than those who know. We almost think of Allah in comparison to those descriptions and those individuals. Whereas when we learn, based on the Ahl Bayt alayhi salam's guidance and knowledge, when we say Allahu Akbar, for example, in prayer, what does Akbar mean? Most people think greater, because Akbar literally in Arabic means greater or bigger, right? And so people think greater than what? Than what? Everything, right? And then the Imam says, no, don't say that. Rather, Allahu Akbaru min an yusaf. Allah is greater than to be compared. Allah is even greater than to be described. So when we say Allah is greater than anyone who's great, don't even think, okay, there are a lot of great people and Allah is greater than all of them. Don't even, the greater here is unimaginable. That is what we're talking about here. يا غالبا غير مغلوب، يا صانعا غير مصنوع، يا خالقا غير مخلوق، يا مالكا غير مملوك، يا قاهرا غير مقهور، يا رافعا غير مرفوع، يا حافظا غير محفوظ، يا ناصرا غير منصور، يا شاهدا غير غائب، يا قريبا غير بعيد. سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث، خلصنا من النار يا رب. يا نور النور، يا منور النور، يا خالق النور، يا مدبر النور، يا مقدر النور، يا نور كل نور، يا نورا قبل كل نور، يا نورا بعد كل نور، يا نورا فوق كل نور، يا نورا ليس كمثله نور. سبحانك يا لا يا من عطاؤه شريف، يا من فعله لطيف، يا من لطفه مقيم، يا من إحسانه قديم، يا من قوله حق، يا من وعده صدق، يا من عفوه فاض، يا من عذابه عادل، يا من ذكره حلو، يا من فضله عميم. سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا مسهل يا مفصل يا مبدل يا مذلل يا منزل يا منول يا مفضل يا مجزل يا ممهل يا مجمل. سبحانك يا لا يا من يرى ولا يراه، يا من يخلق ولا يخلق، يا من يهدي ولا يهدى، يا من يحيي ولا يحيى، يا من يسأل ولا يسأل، يا من يطعم ولا يطعم، يا من يجير ولا يجار عليه، يا من يقضي ولا يقضى عليه، يا من يحكم ولا يحكم عليه، يا من لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. سبحانك يا لا يا نعم الحسيب، يا نعم الطبيب، يا نعم الرقيب، يا نعم القريب، يا نعم المجيب، يا نعم الحبيب، يا نعم الكفيل، يا نعم الوكيل، يا نعم المولى، يا نعم النصير. سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار. يا سرور العارفين، يا منى المحبين، يا أنيس المريدين، يا حبيب التوابين، يا رازق المقلين، يا رجاء المذنبين، يا قرة عين العابدين، يا منفس عن المكروبين، يا مفرج عن المغمومين، يا إله الأولين والآخرين. سبحانك يا لا When we reflect on this line, Ya Surur al-Arifin, sometimes when we think of acts of worship and knowing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we don't often think of something that's necessarily joyful, right? But the reality is, and we are promised that as long as we are consistent, as long as we don't discontinue our acts of worship, just like exercise, just like working out, maybe at the beginning you feel sore, maybe at the beginning you don't feel as much motivation because of the pain, because of the effort, but eventually when it becomes part of your lifestyle, you see that people now enjoy it, even though there may be some effort or even some pain afterward. So the reality is, as long as we are consistent, never dip below our bare minimum requirements, avoiding what is haram, performing obligations, being consistent, trying our best, inshallah we'll find joy even in worship. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا ربنا يا إلهنا يا سيدنا يا مولانا يا ناصرنا يا حافظنا يا دليلنا يا معيننا يا حبيبنا يا طبيبنا. سبحانك يا لا خلصنا من النار يا رب، يا رب النبيين والأبرار، يا رب الصديقين والأخيار، يا رب الجنة والنار، يا رب الصغار والكبار، يا رب الحبوب والثمار، يا رب الأنهار والأشجار، يا رب الصحاري والقفار، يا رب البرار والبحار، يا رب الليل والنهار، يا رب الأعلان والأسرار. سبحانك يا لا إله خلصنا من النار يا رب، يا من نفذ في كل شيء أمره، يا من لحق بكل شيء علمه، يا من بلغت إلى كل شيء قدرته، يا من لا تحصي العباد نعمه، يا من لا تبلغ الخلائق شكرا، يا من لا تدرك الأفهام جلاله، يا من لا تنال الأوهام كنا، يا من العظمة والكبرياء رداؤه، يا من لا ترد العباد قضاءه، يا من لا ملك إلا ملكه، يا من لا عطاء إلا عطاؤه. سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب، يا من له المثل الأعلى، يا من له الصفات العليا، يا من له الآخرة والأولى، يا من له الجنة المأوى، يا من له الآيات الكبرى، يا من له الأسماء الحسنى، يا من له الحكم والقضاء، يا من له الهواء والفضاء، يا من له العرش والثرى، يا من له السماوات العلى. سبحانك يا لا اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا عفو يا غفور يا صبور يا شكور يا رؤوف يا عطوف يا مسؤول يا ودود يا سبوح يا قدوس. سبحانك يا لا إله يا من في السماء عظمته، يا من في الأرض آياته، يا من في كل شيء دلائله، يا من في البحار عجائبه، يا من في الجبال خزائنه، يا من يبدأ الخلق ثم يعيده، يا من إليه يرجع الأمر كله، يا من أظهر في كل شيء لطفا، يا من أحسن كل شيء خلقا، يا من تصرف في الخلائق قدرته. سبحانك يا لا يا حبيب من لا حبيب له، يا طبيب من لا طبيب له، يا مجيب من لا مجيب له، يا شفيق من لا شفيق له، يا رفيق من لا رفيق له، يا مغيث من لا مغيث له، يا دليل من لا دليل له، يا أنيس من لا أنيس له، يا راحم من لا راحم له، يا صاحب من لا صاحب له. سبحانك يا لا خلصنا من النار، يا كافي من استكفى، يا هادي من استهدى، يا كالئ من استكلى، يا راعي من استرعى، يا شافي من استشفى، يا قاضي من استقضى، يا مغني من استغنى، يا موفي من استوفى، يا مقوي من استقوى، يا ولي من استولى. سبحانك يا لا الغاوث الغاوث خلصنا من النار يا رب. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا خالق يا رازق يا ناطق يا صادق يا فالق يا فارق يا فاتق يا راتق يا سابق يا سامق. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت. يا من يقلب الليل والنهار، يا من جعل الظلمات والأنوار، يا من خلق الظل والحرور، يا من سخر الشمس والقمر، يا من قدر الخير والشر، يا من خلق الموت والحياة، يا من له الخلق والأمر، يا من لم يتخذ صاحبة ولا ولدا، يا من ليس له شريك في الملك، يا من لم يكن له ولي من الذل. سبحانك يا لا When you read this line, Ya man qaddara al-khayra wa-shar, or the one who has decreed or apportioned what is good and what is evil. So now a lot of people ask the question, why is there so much evil in the world? Why would God create evil? And there's a lengthy philosophical and theological discussion. But essentially, of course, there is no real evil that exists in the world that exists as an entity. What we see as evil are the evil actions of human beings. When we see oppressors and tyrants today, they're the ones, because they've chosen to do something and disobey Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we call that evil. But that is not something that can be attributed to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yes, their free will can be attributed to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And in His free will there is wisdom. Allah has wisdom and purpose in giving us free will. But always understand and always remember, Allah says in the Quran, قُلْ, say, لَن يُصِيبَنَا إِلَّا مَا كَتَبَ اللَّهُ لَنَا. Say that whatever Allah has recorded for us, has written for us, nothing else can happen. In other words, God is in control. God allows the evil ones to commit their evil in this world because it serves as a test for us and gives us an opportunity to, of course, resist that evil as well. So the evil in this world does play a function. Either evil doesn't exist, and the ones that do exist are not attributed to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. يا من يعلم مراد المريدين، يا من يعلم ضمير الصامتين، يا من يسمع ونين الواهنين، يا من يرى بكاء الخائفين، يا من يملك حوائج السائلين، يا من يقبل عذر التائبين، يا من لا يصلح عمل المفسدين، يا من لا يضيع أجر المحسنين، يا من لا يبعد عن قلوب العارفين، يا أجود الأجودين، سبحانك يا لا إله الغوث الغوث، يا دائم البقاء، يا سامع الدعاء، يا واسع العطاء، يا غافر الخطا، يا بديع السماء، يا حسن البلاء، يا جميل الثناء، يا قديم السناء، يا كثير الوفاء، يا شريف الجزاء، سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث، خلصنا من النار يا رب. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا ستار يا غفار يا قهار يا جبار يا صبار يا بار يا مختار يا فتاح يا نفاح يا مرتاح، سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث، خلصنا من النار يا رب. يا من خلقني وسواني، يا من رزقني ورباني، يا من أطعمني وسقاني، يا من قربني وأدناني، يا من عصمني وكفاني، يا من حفظني وكلاني، يا من أعزني وأغناني، يا من وفقني وهداني، يا من آنسني وآواني، يا من أماتني وأحياني، سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث، خلصنا من النار يا من يحق الحق بكلماته، يا من يقبل التوبة عن عباده، يا من يحول بين المرء وقلبه، يا من لا تنفع الشفاعة إلا بإذنه، يا من هو أعلم بمن ضل عن سبيله، يا من لا معقب لحكمه، يا من لا راد لقضائه، يا من انقاد كل شيء لأمره، يا من السماوات مطويات بيمينه، يا من يرسل الرياح بشرا بين يدي رحمته. سبحانك يا لا يا من جعل الأرض مهادا، يا من جعل الجبال أوتادا، يا من جعل الشمس سراجا، يا من جعل القمر نورا، يا من جعل الليل لباسا، يا من جعل النهار معاشا، يا من جعل النوم سباتا، يا من جعل السماء بناء، يا من جعل الأشياء أزواجا، يا من جعل النار مرصادا. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا سميع يا شفيع يا رفيع يا منيع يا سريع يا بديع يا كبير يا قدير يا خبير يا مجير. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت. يا حيا قبل كل حي، يا حيا بعد كل حي، يا حي الذي ليس كمثله حي، يا حي الذي لا يشاركه حي، يا حي الذي لا يحتاج إلى حي، يا حي الذي يميت كل حي، يا حي الذي يرزق كل حي، يا حيا لم يرث الحياة من حي، يا حي الذي يحيي الموتى، يا حي يا قيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت.
يا من له ذكر لا ينسى، يا من له نور لا يطفى، يا من له نعم لا تعد، يا من له ملك لا يزول، يا من له ثناء لا يحصى، يا من له جلال لا يكياف، يا من له كمال لا يدراك، يا من له قضاء لا يراد، يا من له صفات لا تبدل، يا من له نعوت لا تغير. سبحانك يا لا إله. الغوث الغوث يا رب العالمين، يا مالك يوم الدين، يا غاية الطالبين، يا ظهر اللاجئين، يا مدرك الهاربين، يا من يحب الصابرين، يا من يحب التوابين، يا من يحب المتطهرين، يا من يحب المحسنين، يا من هو أعلم بالمهتدين. سبحانك يا لا إله. الغوث الغوث اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا شفيق يا رفيق يا حفيظ يا محيط يا مقيت يا مغيث يا معز يا مذل يا مبدئ يا معيد. سبحانك يا لا إله. غوث الغوث يا من هو أحد بلا ضد، يا من هو فرد بلا ند، يا من هو صمد بلا عيب، يا من هو وتر بلا كيف، يا من هو قاض بلا حيف، يا من هو رب بلا وزير، يا من هو عزيز بلا ذل، يا من هو غني بلا فقر، يا من هو ملك بلا عزل، يا من هو موصوف بلا شبيه. سبحانك يا لا إله. الغوث الغوث، يا من ذكره شرف للذاكرين، يا من شكره فوز للشاكرين، يا من حمده عز للحامدين، يا من طاعته نجاة للمطيعين، يا من بابه مفتوح للطالبين، يا من سبيله واضح للمنيبين، يا من آياته برهان للناظرين، يا من كتابه تذكرة للمتقين، يا من رزقه عموم للطائعين والعاصين، يا من رحمته قريب من المحسنين. سبحانك يا لا إله. الغوث الغوث، يا من تبارك اسمه، يا من تعالى جده، يا من لا إله غيره، يا من جل ثناؤه، يا من تقدست أسماؤه، يا من يدوم بقاؤه، يا من العظمة بهاؤه، يا من الكبرياء رداؤه، يا من لا تحصى آلاؤه، يا من لا تعد نعماؤه. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا معين يا أمين يا مبين يا متين يا مكين يا رشيد يا حميد يا مجيد يا شديد يا شهيد. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا غوث الغوث، يا ذا العرش المجيد يا ذا القول السديد يا ذا الفعل الرشيد يا ذا البطش الشديد يا ذا الوعد والوعيد يا من هو الولي الحميد يا من هو فعال لما يريد يا من هو قريب غير بعيد يا من هو على كل شيء شهيد يا من هو ليس بظلام للعبيد. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا الغوث الغوث، يا من لا شريك له ولا وزير يا من لا شبيه له ولا نظير يا خالق الشمس والقمر المنير يا مغني البائس الفقير يا رازق الطفل الصغير يا راحم الشيخ الكبير يا جابر العظم الكسير يا عصمة الخائف المستجير يا من هو بعباده خبير بصير يا من هو على كل شيء قدير. سبحانك يا لا إله إلا يا ذا الجود والنعام يا ذا الفضل والكرام يا خالق اللوح والقلم يا بارئ الذر والنسام يا ذا البأس والنقام يا ملهم العرب والعجام يا كاشف الضر والألام يا عالم السر والهمام يا رب البيت والحرام يا من خلق الأشياء من العدم سبحانك يا
الغوث الغوث. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا فاعل يا جاعل يا قابل يا كامل يا فاصل يا واصل يا عادل يا غالب يا طالب يا واهب سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث. يا من أنعم بطوله يا من أكرم بجوده يا من جاد بلطفه يا من تعزز بقدرته يا من قدر بحكمته يا من حكم بتدبيره يا من دبر بعلمه يا من تجاوز بحلمه يا من دنا في علوه يا من على في دنوه سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث. يا من يخلق ما يشاء يا من يفعل ما يشاء يا من يهدي من يشاء يا من يضل من يشاء يا من يعذب من يشاء يا من يغفر لمن يشاء يا من يعز من يشاء يا من يذل من يشاء يا من يصور في الأرحام ما يشاء يا من يختص برحمته من يشاء سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث. يا من لم يتخذ صاحبة ولا ولدا يا من جعل لكل شيء قدرا يا من لا يشرك في حكمه أحدا يا من جعل الملائكة رسلا يا من جعل في السماء بروجا يا من جعل الأرض قرارا يا من خلق من الماء بشرا يا من جعل لكل شيء أمدا يا من أحاط بكل شيء علما يا من أحصى كل شيء عددا سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث. اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا أول يا آخر يا ظاهر يا باطن يا بر يا حق يا فرد يا وت يا صمد يا صرمد سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث. يا خير معروف عرف يا أفضل معبود عبد يا أجل مشكور شكر يا أعز مذكور ذكر يا أعلى محمود حمد يا أقدم موجود طلب يا أرفع موصوف وصف يا أكبر مقصود قصد يا أكرم مسؤول سئل يا أشرف محبوب علم سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث. يا حبيب الباكين يا سيد المتوكلين يا هادي المضلين يا ولي المؤمنين يا أنيس الذاكرين يا مفزع الملهوفين يا منجي الصادقين يا أقدر القادرين يا أعلم العالمين
يا إله الخلق أجمعين سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث يا من علا فقهار يا من ملك فقدار يا من بطن فخبار يا من عبد فشكر يا من عصي فغفار يا من لا تحويه الفكر يا من لا يدركه بصر يا من لا يخفى عليه أثر يا رازق البشر يا مقدر كل قدر سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا حافظ يا بارئ يا ضارئ يا باذخ يا فارج يا فاتح يا كاشف يا ضامن يا آمر يا ناهي سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث يا من لا يعلم الغيب إلا هو يا من لا يصرف السوء إلا هو يا من لا يخلق الخلق إلا هو يا من لا يغفر الذنب إلا هو يا من لا يتم النعمة إلا هو يا من لا يقلب القلوب إلا هو يا من لا يدبر الأمر إلا هو يا من لا ينزل الغيث إلا هو يا من لا يبسط الرزق إلا هو يا من لا يحيي الموتى إلا هو سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث. Beautiful lines. It says, Ya man la ya'lamu al-ghayba illahu. Only He knows the knowledge of the unseen. Of course, we believe that anyone who Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives him authority and authorizes can also have the knowledge of the unseen. But at the end of the day, his knowledge comes from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He was a companion of the 10th Imam. Imam Hadi met the Imam when the Imam was coming back from Hajj. Yes? He's coming back from Hajj. His name was Fath. Fath says, I went and met Imam Hadi on his way back, and he said I had a number of questions I was going to ask him. So he's on his camel, they're heading back, and so the Imam was going back to Medina, and Fath was going back to Persia. Yes, but generally they were moving north, so they went together. It says, as I was coming back, I asked the Imam, I had questions to ask the Imam. Before I asked my questions, the Imam answered my questions. He said, Fath, I know you have this question, I know you have that question, this question. 3-4 different questions he answered, yes? Then Fath says, that day I went home, we paused the trip, so I went and rested that night, yes? And that night I thought to myself, this must not be a human being, this must be a divine creature who knows what's running through my mind before I even say it. So the next day I came, I wanted to ask the Imam this. Are you part divine, or what's going on? You have this type of knowledge before I even said anything. He said, when I came and saw the Imam again knew what I was going to ask. He said, oh Fath, we are only servants of Allah. And when he said, oh Imam, I thought for a second you might be divine, you know what the narration says? It says, the Imam fell to sajda, got off of his camel, fell to sajda, and he said, oh Allah, I am putting my forehead on dirt in front of you. He said, I want to show I'm just a servant of Allah. So those servants of Allah who reach this status, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can give them knowledge of the unseen. In fact, the Quran says knowledge of the unseen can even belong to Rasul. Rasul is not messenger of like prophet. Rasul refers to the angels that carry the knowledge of the unseen sometimes. Yes. So if an angel can have this type of knowledge, can carry this type of knowledge, certainly the special servants of Allah can also carry this knowledge. Yes. Your guys' recitation is so beautiful. Like when you recite together, it's so beautiful. It bothers me to stop the recitation. That's how beautiful it is. Hopefully, inshallah, if our community, all the centers, all the organizations, inshallah, if we stick together, maybe one day in heaven we'll recite this way, huh?
Maybe they'll make a corner in heaven just for Dallas community. Yes? So, inshallah, people who stick together during the nights of Qadr, hopefully they'll find each other on the Day of Judgment too. Yes? Inshallah. We'll continue from number 90. يا من لا يعلم الغيب إلا هو يا من لا يصرف السوء إلا هو يا من لا يخلق الخلق إلا هو يا من لا يغفر الذنب إلا هو يا من لا يتم النعمة إلا هو يا من لا يقلب القلوب إلا هو يا من لا يدبر الأمر إلا هو يا من لا ينزل الغيث إلا هو يا من لا يبسط الرزق إلا هو يا من لا يحيي الموتى إلا هو سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث يا معين الضعفاء يا صاحب الغرباء يا ناصر الأولياء يا قاهر الأعداء يا رافع السماء يا أنيس الأصفياء يا حبيب الأتقياء يا كنز الفقراء يا إله الأغنياء يا أكرم الكرماء سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث يا كافيا من كل شيء يا قائما على كل شيء يا من لا يشبهه شيء يا من لا يزيد في ملكه شيء يا من لا يخفى عليه شيء يا من لا ينقص من خزائنه شيء يا من ليس كمثله شيء يا من لا يعزب عن علمه شيء يا من هو خبير بكل شيء يا من وسعت رحمته كل شيء سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا مكرم يا مطعم يا منعم يا معطي يا مغني يا مقني يا مفني يا محيي يا مرضي يا منجي سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث يا أول كل شيء وآخره يا إله كل شيء ومليكا يا رب كل شيء وصانعا يا بارئ كل شيء وخالقا يا قابض كل شيء وباسطا يا مبدئ كل شيء ومعيدا يا منشئ كل شيء ومقدرا يا مكون كل شيء ومحولا يا محيي كل شيء ومميتا يا خالق كل شيء ووارثا سبحانك يا لا الغوث يا خير ذاكر ومذكور يا خير شاكر ومشكور يا خير حامد ومحمود يا خير شاهد ومشهود يا خير داع ومدعو يا خير مجيب ومجاب يا خير مونس وأنيس يا خير صاحب وجليس يا خير مقصود ومطلوب يا خير حبيب ومحبوب سبحانك يا لا الغوث الغوث
يا من هو لمن دعاه مجيب يا من هو لمن عطاءه حبيب يا من هو إلى من أحبه غريب يا من هو بمن استحفظه رقيب يا من هو بمن رجاه كريم يا من هو بمن عصاه حليم يا من هو في عظمته رحيم يا من هو في حكمته عظيم يا من هو في إحسانه قديم يا من هو بمن أراده عليم سبحانك يا الله الغوث الغوث اللهم إني أسألك باسمك يا مسبب يا مرغب يا مقلب يا معقب يا مرتب يا مخوف يا محذر يا مذكر يا مسخر يا مغير سبحانك يا الله الغوث يا من علمه سابق يا من وعده صادق يا من لطفه ظاهر يا من أمره غالب يا من كتابه محكم يا من قضاؤه كائن يا من قرآنه مجيد يا من ملكه قديم يا من فضله عميم يا من عرشه عظيم سبحانك يا الله الغوث الغوث يا من لا يشغله سمع عن سمع يا من لا يمنعه فعل عن فعل يا من لا يلهيه قول عن قول يا من لا يغلطه سؤال عن سؤال يا من لا يحجبه شيء عن شيء يا من لا يبرمه إلحاح الملحين يا من هو غاية مراد المريدين يا من هو منتهى همم العارفين يا من هو منتهى طلب الطالبين يا من لا يخفى عليه ذرة في العالمين سبحانك يا الله الغوث الغوث Inshallah, we can all stand to recite this last line together, inshallah. On behalf of those who are no longer with us, there's a dua from the Prophet. He says, Allahumma ballighna Ramadan. Oh Allah, give us the opportunity to have another Ramadan, yes? So on this night, we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, give us another night of Qadr. Don't make this night of Qadr our final night of Qadr. But if it is, so let me, if my heart hasn't broken up until now, if I haven't repented to Allah, if I haven't changed my ways, let this last line of dua Joshan be my opportunity to show my humility to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yes? We'll recite this. We don't know if we have the opportunity to recite this again. There were those who were with us, like our dear brother Wajad Siddiqui. He is no longer with us. And certainly from these actions, he receives rewards and gifts, inshallah. And we give the reward of our deeds to him on a night like this, yes? But let us recite this line knowing it might be my last time reciting this line of Joshan Kabir, inshallah. Ya Haliman la ya'jal, Ya Jawadan la yabkhal, Ya Sadiqan la yukhlif, Ya Wahhaban la yamal, Ya Qahiran la yughlab, Ya Aziman la yusaf, Ya Adlan la yahif, Ya Ghaniyan la يفتقر يا كبيرا لا يصغر يا حافظا لا يغفل سبحانك يا الله الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب سبحانك يا لا إله إلا أنت الغوث الغوث خلصنا من النار يا رب. صلوات. اللهم صل على Inshallah, a very short break, and then we'll start with the second part of Dua Abu Hamza Thumali, inshallah.
Per Muhammad wa ala Muhammad salawat. Allahumma salli ala. Brothers and sisters, if you'd like to settle down, inshallah we'll be starting with Abu Hamza Thamali, Dua Abu Hamza Thamali in just a minute. Brothers and sisters, if you'd like to settle down and make your way back to the main hall, inshallah we'll be starting with Dua Abu Hamza Thamali in just a few minutes. Per Muhammad wa ala Muhammad salawat.
Inshallah, we're going to get started with the dua. Inshallah, please go ahead and take a seat. We'll get started with the second half of dua Abu Hamza Thumali. Inshallah, go ahead and settle down, guys. We're going to get started. Salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Bilal, too loud. Inshallah, the sisters who are joining us, please go ahead and take a seat. In the back. One more loud salawat, please. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala. Bilal. The first 30 seconds, keep an eye on me because I'm going to tell you to. All right. One last salawat, please. Muhammad wa ala. The salawat I only heard from the 7 guys who are the youngest in the crowd. Yes, where are the uncles? Loud salawat, please. Salli ala Muhammad. We're going to start from passage 272, inshallah, of dua Abu Hamza al-Thumali. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم إني كلما قلت
قد تهيأت وتعبدت وقمت للصلاة بين يديك وناجيتك. ألقيت علي نعاسا إذ أنا صليت وسلبتني مناجاتك إذا أنا ناجيت. ما لي كلما قلت قد صلحت سريرتي وقرب من مجالس التوابين مجلسي عرضت لي بلية أزالت قدمي وحالت بيني وبين خدمتك. سيدي لعلك عن بابك طردتني وعن خدمتك نحيتني، أو لعلك رأيتني مستخفا بحقك فأقصيتني، أو لعلك رأيتني معرضا عنك فقليتني، أو لعلك وجدتني في مقام الكاذبين فرفضتني، أو لعلك رأيتني غير شاكر لنعمائك فحرمتني، أو لعلك فقدتني من مجالس العلماء فخذلتني، أو لعلك رأيتني في الغافلين فمن رحمتك آيستني، أو لعلك رأيتني آلف مجالس البطالين فبيني وبينهم خليتني، أو لعلك لم تحب أن تسمع دعائي فباعدتني، أو لعلك بجرمي وجريرتي كافيتني، أو لعلك بقلة حيائي منك جازيتني. فإن عفوت يا ربي فطالما عفوت عن المذنبين من قبلي، لأن كرمك أي ربي يجل عن مكافاة المقصرين، وأنا عائذ بفضلك هارب منك إليك. متنجز ما وعدت من الصاف عمن أحسن بك ظنا، إلهي أنت أوسع فضلا وأعظم حلما من أن تقايسني بعملي أو أن تستزلني بخطئي. وما أنا يا سيدي وما خطري، هبني بفضلك سيدي وتصدق علي بعفوك وجللني بسترك، واعف عن توبيخي بكرم وجهك. سيدي أنا الصغير الذي ربيت، وأنا الجاهل الذي علمت، وأنا الضال الذي هديت، وأنا الوضيع الذي رفعت، وأنا الخائف الذي آمنت، والجائع الذي أشبعت، والعطشان الذي أرويت، والعار الذي كسوت، والفقير الذي أغنيت، والضعيف الذي قويت، والذليل الذي أعززت، والسقيم الذي شفيت، والسائل الذي أعطيت والمذنب الذي سترت والخاطئ الذي أقلت وأنا القليل الذي كثرت والمستضعف الذي نصرت وأنا الطريد الذي آويت أنا يا رب الذي لم أستحيك في الخلاء ولم أراقبك في الملا أنا صاحب الدواهي العظمى أنا الذي على سيده اجترى أنا الذي عصيته جبار السماء أنا الذي أعطيت على معاصي الجليل الرشا أنا الذي حين بشرت بها خرجت إليها أسعى أنا الذي أمهلتني فما ارعويت وسترت علي فما استحييت وعملته بالمعاصي فتعديت. Oh Allah, I am the one who, when they announce that a sin is happening, أنا الذي حين بشرت بها خرجت إليه أسعى. When I heard that a sin is happening somewhere, I left my home and my livelihood and actively seeked out this sin. I'm that servant of yours who severed this relationship in such a heavy way. I didn't just sin when it was just on my path and maybe in a glance, for example, in a moment. No. I'm the one who did so much injustice. When they announce somewhere sin is happening, I worked hard to get there. How unfortunate. He says, I'm that one. And then you're the one who amhaltani, you kept giving me time, famar await. But I didn't understand, I didn't notice. You know, sometimes parents, they give their children opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. But sometimes the child is so ignorant, doesn't pay attention. After 10 times, yes, then the parents start looking at him. You've seen this before? You know that look that your parents had that scared you? This is that look. The first time they wait, the second time they wait, the fourth. After 5 or 6 times, then they look at you like, listen, you need to pay attention. Sometimes the child still doesn't pay attention. What our parents used to do, in the middle of salat, yes, they used to change the tone of their recitation. You remember this, yes? قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ. Yes? This, I'm giving you a warning. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala warned us so many times. Instead of waking up, we continue doing what we were doing. وَسَتَرْتَ عَلَيَّ. And then not only did you give me opportunity after opportunity, you covered my sin from others. But still this didn't bring me shame. So I thought when I was sinning, nobody found out. This was Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala covering it up for you so that you had a path back to Him, a way back to fix things later. But instead of saying, oh Allah, you're covering this sin, so let me come back to you, I said, oh, nobody found out, so let me continue on this path. This is how embarrassing for me. Yes? And I mentioned this in some of our talks before. When Ahl Bayt said, cry out of the fear of Allah, they say, if you cry out of the fear of Allah, they're not just saying cry because maybe Allah won't forgive you. That's one side of it, But if I repent to Allah, Allah's going to forgive me. They said cry because now you understand how much injustice you did to Him, to this relationship. So that's why a child who's growing up, when he realizes when he's older how much he severed this relationship with his parents, when he gets older, sometimes he cries. Because he remembers how many times he mistreated his parents. The parents have forgiven him. It's not even a problem. No more punishment. But just he realizes how embarrassed he is in front of his parents. This is crying out of Allah. If we can have the sisters to please, inshallah, settle down. There's still a lot of sound coming there, and inshallah, we can close that door as well. Thank you so much. Inshallah, we'll continue. وعملت بالمعاصي فتعديت وأسقطتني من عينك فما باليت، فبحلمك أمهلتني وبسترك سترتني حتى كأنك أغفلتني، ومن عقوبات المعاصي جنبتني حتى كأنك استحييتني. إلهي لم أعصك حين عصوتك وأنا بربوبيتك جاحد، ولا بأمرك مستخف، ولا لعقوبتك متعرض، ولا لوعيدك متهاون، لكن خطيئة عرضت وسولت لي نفسي وغلبني هواي وأعانني عليها شقوتي وغرني سترك المرخى علي، فقد عصيتك وخالفتك بجهدي، فالآن من عذابك من يستنقذني، ومن أيدي الخصماء غدا من يخلصني، وبحبل من أتصل إن أنت قطعت حبلك عني. فواسوأته على ما أحصى كتابك من عملي، الذي لولا ما أرجو من كرمك وسعة رحمتك ونهيك إياي عن القنوت لقنت عندما أتذكرها. يا خير من دعاه داع وأفضل من رجاه راج، اللهم بذمة الإسلام أتوسل إليك وبحرمة القرآن أعتمد عليك وبحب النبي الأمي القرشي الهاشمي العربي التهامي المكي المدني أرجو الزلفة لديك فلا توحش استئناس إيماني، ولا تجعل ثوابي ثواب من عبد سواك. فإن قوما آمنوا بألسنتهم ليحقنوا به دماءهم فأدركوا ما أملوا، وإنا أمنا بك بألسنتنا وقلوبنا لتعفو عنا، فأدركنا ما أملنا وثبت رجاءك في صدورنا، ولا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا، وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. فوعزتك لو انتهرتني ما برحت من بابك ولا كففت عن تملقك، لما ألهم قلبه من المعرفة بكرمك وسعة رحمتك. إلهي من يذهب العبد إلا إلى مولاه، وإلى من يلتجئ المخلوق إلا إلى خالقه. إلهي لو قرنتني بالأصفاد ومنعتني سيبك من بين الأشهاد، ودللت على فضائح عيون العباد، وأمرت بي إلى النار، وحلت بيني وبين الأبرار، ما قطعت رجائي منك، وما صرفت تأميلي لعفو للعفو عنك، ولا خرج حبك عن قلبي. أنا لا أنسى أياديك عندي وسترك علي في دار الدنيا. سيدي أخرج حب الدنيا من قلبي، واجمع بيني وبين المصطفى وآله خيرتك من خلقك وخاتم النبيين محمد صلى الله عليه وآله، وانقلني إلى درجة التوبة إليك وأعني بالبكاء على نفسي فقد أفنيت بالتسويف والآمال عمري. Oh Allah, have me reach the daraja of tawbah. If someone comes and asks for forgiveness, this is a very high status. Yes, I mentioned the other night, any other relationship, when you sever it and you ask for forgiveness, you have to start from square one again. In Islam, when you ask for tawbah, you have a very great status, a high status. That's why you've heard that narration from the first Imam. He heard someone doing istighfar, but he was just throwing around istighfar. So the Imam said, وَيْلَكَ أَتَدْرِي مَا الْإِسْتِغْفَارِ. He said, woe to you. Do you know what istighfar is? You just say astaghfirullah, astaghfirullah. No, it's a very big deal. It's a very big deal, not in the sense that it's difficult to do it. No, it only takes 2 seconds. He was saying it's a very big deal. You reach a very high status. Don't just throw it out there like you're just saying something. He said, do you know istighfar has 6 levels? 4 of them are necessary. 2 of them make your istighfar, take it to the next level. Yes, the 4 that are necessary, I regret what I did, number 1. Number 2, I decide not to go back to it. Number 3, I return the rights of people back to them. Number 4, I return the rights of Allah back to Him. Make up for salat, qada, fast, whatever. And then he said the last 2 is number 1, I put myself through pain the same way I put myself through the pleasures of sin. And I wash away from my body the flesh I grew on my body when I was sinning Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. These 2 is if I want to do the extra level, yes? But he said, Atadri mal istighfar. So you say, oh Allah, have me reach that level where I do tawbah. And then look at what he says. وَأَعِنِّي بِالْبُكَاءِ عَلَى نَفْسِي. Oh Allah, help me so I can cry about my own situation. Why? Because when you cry, God gets something out of it? No. Because when you cry, it's a sign that you've understood how behind you are. This is why crying is so important. Because crying comes from a deep appreciation and understanding of how much I've messed up. And that appreciation and understanding will become a fuel for you to push you ahead in life. Yes? The one who doesn't know how behind he is, he won't push himself. But the one who understands how behind he is, how much he's messed up in the past, he uses that to fuel himself to move forward. Oh Allah, help me reach that point that I understand how behind I am. Tears will leave my eyes. That will be the fuel that will fuel me to move forward, inshallah. وقد نزلت منزلة الآيسين من خيري فمن يكون أسوأ حالا مني إن أنا نقلت على مثل حالي إلى قبر لم أمهده لرقدتي ولم أفرشه بالعمل الصالح لذعجتي وما لي لا أبكي ولا أدري إلى ما يكون مصيري وأرى نفسي تخادعني وأيامي تخاتلني وقد خفقت عند رأسي أجنحة الموت فما لي لا أبكي أبكي لخروج نفسي أبكي لظلمة قبري أبكي لضيق لحدي أبكي لسؤال منكر ونكير إياي أبكي لخروجي من قبري عريانا ذليلا حاملا ثقلي على ظهري أنظر مرة عن يميني وأخرى عن شمالي إذ الخلائق في شأن غير شأني لكل امرئ منهم يومئذ شأن يغنيه وجوه يومئذ مسفرة ضاحكة مستبشرة ووجوه يومئذ عليها غبرة ترهقها قترة وظلا سيدي عليك معولي ومعتمدي ورجائي وتوكلي وبرحمتك تعلقي تصيب برحمتك من تشاء وتهدي بكرامتك من تحب، فلك الحمد على ما نقيت من الشرك قلبي، ولك الحمد على بسطه لساني. أفبلساني هذا الكال أشكرك أم بغاية جهدي في عملي أرضيك؟ وما قدر لساني يا ربي في جنبه شكرك، وما قدر عملي في جنب نعمك وإحسانك. إلهي إن جودك بسط أملي، وشكرك قبل عملي. سيدي إليك رغبتي، وإليك رهبتي، وإليك تأميلي، وقد ساقني إليك أملي. وعليك يا واحدي عكفت حمتي، وفيما عندك انبسطت رغبتي، ولك خالص رجائي وخوفي، وبك أنست محبتي، وإليك ألقيته بيدي، وبحبل طاعتك مددت رهبتي. يا مولاي بذكرك عاش قلبي، وبمناجاتك بردت ألم الخوف عني. فيا مولاي ويا مؤملي ويا منتهى سؤلي، فرق بيني وبين ذنبي المانع لي من لزوم طاعتك، فإنما أسألك لقديم الرجاء فيك وعظيم الطمع منك الذي أوجبته على نفسك من الرأفة والرحمة. فالأمر لك وحدك لا شريك لك، والخلق كلهم عيالك وفي قبضتك، وكل شيء خاضع لك، تباركت يا رب العالمين. إلهي ارحمني إذا انقطعت حجتي وكل عن جوابك لساني، وطاش عند سؤالك إياي لبي، فيا عظيم رجائي لا تخيبني إذا اشتدت فاقتي، ولا تردني لجهلي، ولا تمنعني لقلة صبري. أعطني لفقري وارحمني لضعفي. سيدي عليك معتمدي ومعولي ورجائي وتوكلي، وبرحمتك تعلقي، وبفنائك أحط رحلي، وبجودك أقصد طلبتي، وبكرمك أي ربي أستفتح دعائي، ولديك أرجو فاقتي، وبغناك أجبر عيلتي، وتحت ظل عفوك قيامي، وإلى جودك وكرمك أرفع بصري، وإلى معروفك أديم نظري، فلا تحرقني بالنار وأنت موضع أملي، ولا تسكنني الهاوية فإنك قرة عيني. يا سيدي لا تكذب ظني بإحسانك ومعروفك فإنك ثقتي ولا تحرمني ثوابك فإنك العارف بفقري إلهي إن كان قد دنا أجلي ولم يقربني منك عملي فقد جعلت الاعتراف إليك بذنبي وسائل عللي إلهي إن عفوت فمن أولى منك بالعاف وإن عذبت فمن أعدل منك في الحكم ارحم في هذه الدنيا غربتي وعند الموت كربتي وفي القبر وحدتي وفي اللحد وحشتي وإذا نشرت للحساب بين يديك ذل موقفي واغفر لي ما خفي على الآدميين من عملي وأدم لي ما به سترتني وارحمني صريعا على الفراش تقلبني أيدي أحبتي وتفضل علي ممدودا على المغتسل يقلبني صالح جيرتي. Oh Allah, make those moments where they take my body, they're washing my body, they flip my body from one side to the other side. Oh Allah, warhamni. That's the moment I need your help the most. That's the moment I need your mercy the most. Yes, when they're flipping my body, they're washing my body, my hands have been cut off from this world. I don't have the opportunity to do good deeds anymore. That's when I need your help. وَتَفَضَّلَ عَلَيَّ مَمْدُودًا. Oh Allah, bless me and favor me in the best ways when they're doing the ghusl of my body. Yes? They are carrying out the ghusl and kafan of my body. That's when I need your help the most. And the one who calls Allah like this, and he has tears coming from his eyes, and he has humility and a broken heart, certainly Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will have mercy on him in those moments. Certainly Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will make those moments a moment of mercy for him. وتحنن علي محمولا قد تناول الأقرباء أطراف جنازتي وجد علي منقولا قد نزلت بك وحيدا في حفرتي وارحم في ذلك البيت الجديد غربتي حتى لا أستأنس بغيرك يا سيدي إن وكلتني إلى نفسي هلكت سيدي فبمن أستغيث إن لم تقلني عثرتي فإلى من أفزعه إن فقدت عنايتك في ضجعتي وإلى من ألتجئ إن لم تنفس كربتي سيدي من لي سيدي من لي سيدي من لي ومن يرحمني إن لم ترحمني وفضل من أؤمل إن عدمت فضلك يوم فاقتي وإلى من الفرار من الذنوب إذا انقضى أجلي سيدي لا تعذبني وأنا أرجوك إلهي حقق رجائي وآمن خوفي فإن كثرة ذنوبي لا أرجو فيها إلا عفوك سيدي أنا أسألك ما لا أستحق وأنت أهل التقوى وأهل المغفرة فاغفر لي وألبسني من نظرك ثوبا يغطي علي التبعات وتغفرها لي ولا أطالب بها إنك ذو من قديم وصفح عظيم وتجاوز كريم. Inshallah, before I pass it on to Shaykh Saadi, these lines say very beautiful. O Allah, cover me and cover the consequences of my sins. وَتَغْفِرُهَا لِي وَلَا أُطَالَبُ بِهَا. Forgive my sins and make it such that it's never brought up again. So Imam Sadiq told his companion, the one who repents to Allah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala doesn't just forgive him, Allah also covers his sins. So the companion said, in this world, I understand how he covers his sins. But how does Allah cover his sins in the akhirah? So akhirah, everything's supposed to come to light. Everything is supposed to be shown, yes? All the secrets are supposed to come to light. The Imam said, no, there are some things they never come to light. And those are the sins that this person repents from. On the day of judgment, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala makes the two angels forget. And He makes the limbs and the organs with which he committed those sins be quiet. And He makes the ground on which he was walking when he committed the sin be quiet. So he enters into the mahshar, and so many other people are there, and he walks in as a pure individual. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala doesn't even want him to be embarrassed in front of his other servants. So in dua, Kumail, we read, oh Allah, the two angels, they are on my shoulders. They're writing everything, except that which you make them forget. Except that which you hide from them. وَبِفَضْلِكَ سَتَرْتَهُ. What does Allah hide? Allah hides the sins that I repented from. Doesn't just forgive them, they don't even come up. It's like you're born again. Yes. Inshallah, I'll pass it on to the dear Shaykh. As-salawat, please.
إلهي أنت الذي تفيض سيبك على من لا يسألك وعلى الجاحدين بربوبيتك. فكيف سيدي بمن سلك وأيقن أن الخلق لك والأمر إليك تباركت وتعاليت يا رب العالمين. سيدي عبدك ببابك أقامته الخصاصة بين يديك يقرع باب إحسانك بدعائه ويستعطف جميل نظرك بمكنون رجائك. فلا تعرض بوجهك الكريم عني واقبل مني ما أقول. فقد دعوت بهذا الدعاء وأنا أرجو ألا تردني معرفة مني برأفتك ورحمتك. إلهي أنت الذي لا يحفيك سائل ولا ينقصك نائل. أنت كما تقول وفوق ما نقول. اللهم إني أسألك صبرا جميلا وفرجا قريبا وقولا صادقا وأجرا عظيما. أسألك يا ربي من الخير كله ما علمت منه وما لم أعلم. أسألك اللهم من خير ما سألك منه عبادك الصالحون ويا خير من سئل وأجود من أعطى. أعطني سؤلي في نفسي وأهلي ووالدي وأهلي حزانتي وإخواني فيك، وأرغد عيشي وأظهر مروتي، وأصلح جميع أحوالي، واجعلني ممن أطلت عمره وحسنت عمله وأتممت عليه نعمتك ورضيت عنه وأحييته حياة طيبة في أدوم السرور وأسبغ الكرامة وأتم العيش، إنك تفعل ما تشاء ولا يفعل ما يشاء غيرك. اللهم خصني منك بخاصة ذكرك، ولا تجعل شيئا مما أتقرب به في آناء الليل وأطراف النهار رياء ولا سمعة ولا شرا ولا بطرا، واجعلني لك من الخاشعين. اللهم أعطني السعة في الرزق والأمن في الوطن وقرة العين في الأهل والمال والولد، والمقام في نعمك عندي، والصحة في الجسم والقوة في البدن والسلامة في الدين، واستعملني بطاعتك وطاعة رسولك محمد صلى الله عليه وآله أبدا ما استعمرتني، واجعلني من أوفر عبادك عندك نصيبا في كل خير أنزلته وتنزله في شهر رمضان في ليلة القدر، وما أنت منزله في كل سنة من رحمة تنشرها أو وعافية تلبسها وبلية تدفعها وحسنات تتقبلها وسيئات تتجاوز عنها، وارزقني حج بيتك الحرام في عامنا هذا وفي كل عام، وارزقني رزقا واسعا من فضلك الواسع، واصرف عني يا سيد الأسواق، واقض عني الدين والظلمات حتى لا أتأذى بشيء منه، وخذ عني بأسماعي وأبصار أعدائي وحسادي والباغين علي، وانصرني عليهم وأقر عيني وفرح قلبي، واجعل لي من همي وكربي فرجا ومخرجا، واجعل من أرادني بسوء من جميع خلقك تحت قدمين، واكفني شر الشيطان وشر السلطان وسيئات عملي، وطهرني من الذنوب كلها، وأجرني من النار بعفوك، وأدخلني الجنة برحمتك، وزوجني من الحور العين بفضلك، وألحقني بأوليائك الصالحين محمد وآله الأبرار الطيبين الطاهرين الأخيار صلواتك عليهم وعلى أجسادهم وأرواحهم ورحمة الله وبركاته. إلهي وسيدي وعزتك وجلالك، لئن طالبتني بذنوبي لأطالبنك بعفوك، ولئن طالبتني بلؤمي لأطالبنك بكرمك، ولئن أدخلتني النار لأخبرن أهل النار بحبي لك. إلهي وسيدي، إن كنت لا تغفر إلا لأوليائك وأهل طاعتك فإلى من يفزع المذنبون؟ وإن كنت لا تكرم إلا أهل الوفاء بك فبمن يستغيث المسيئون. You know, sometimes those who are quote unquote religious, part of the religious community, they look down on others who may not be, at least not outwardly, as practicing as they are. Whereas when we look at these lines, the Imam is telling us, teaching us how we ought to look at others, how we ought to be focusing more on ourselves. As the Imam says, if you are busy with your own faults, how do you have even time to look at other people's faults? And so this is one of those things that if we were to realize that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the refuge, is the sanctuary for the sinner, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is welcoming them. Who are we not to welcome them? Right? This is the house of Allah, the house of worship. This is the refuge for every sinner. Yes, we cannot allow sins to be apparent in the center, but the sinner, as we all are, sinners, are welcome and always have a way back with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. إلهي إن أدخلتني النار ففي ذلك سرور عدوك، وإن أدخلتني الجنة ففي ذلك سرور نبيك. It's almost like these lines are trying to find a way to, almost convince Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala not to punish us. Because the Imam is teaching us, oh Allah, if you make me enter the fire, then that's only going to make shaitan happy. Nothing would make shaitan happier than for those who claim to be Muslims, for those to be believers, to go to hellfire. That means that shaitan will be happy that he was successful in his effort to make us fall. And if you were to put us in Jannah, this will make the Prophet happy, because the Prophet, he wants what is best for us. He wants us all to go to heaven. He wants us all to be rewarded. It would actually make him upset for him to see his followers, the Muslims, the believers, to not enter paradise. So at least for their sake, to make the Prophet happy, at least forgive us for our sins and shortcomings. وأنا والله أعلم أن سرور نبيك أحب إليك من سرور عدوك. اللهم إني أسألك أن تملأ قلبي حبا لك وخشية منك وتصديقا بكتابك وإيمانا بك وفرقا منك وشوقا إليك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. حبب إلي لقاءك وأحبب لقائي واجعل لي في لقائك الراحة والفرج والكرامة. اللهم الحقني بصالح من مضى واجعلني من صالح من بقي وخذ بي سبيل الصالحين وأعني على نفسي بما تعين به الصالحين على أنفسهم واختم عملي بأحسنه واجعل ثوابي منه الجنة برحمتك وأعني على صالح ما أعطيتني وثبتني يا ربي ولا تردني في سوء استنقذتني منه يا رب العالمين. اللهم إني أسألك إيمانا لا أجل له دون لقائك أحيني ما أحييتني عليه وتوفني إذا توفيتني عليه وبعثني إذا بعثتني عليه وأبرئ قلبي من الرياء والشك والسمعة في دينك حتى يكون عملي خالصا لك. اللهم أعطني بصيرة في دينك وفهما في حكمك وفقها في علمك وكفلين من رحمتك وورعا يحجزني عن معاصيك وبيض وجهي بنورك واجعل رغبتي فيما عندك وتوفني في سبيلك وعلى ملة رسولك صلى الله عليه وآله. اللهم إني أعوذ بك من الكسل والفشل والهم والجبن والبخل والغفلة والقسوة والمسكنة والفقر والفاقة وكل بلية والفواحش ما ظهر منها وما بطن وأعوذ بك من نفس لا تقنع وبطن لا يشبع وقلب لا يخشع ودعاء لا يسمع وعمل لا ينفع. Shaykh Mahdi, may Allah reward him, gave us a wonderful series on the vices, 7 vices, of course. These are not all the vices you can think of. Just these lines, of course, highlight other vices that we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to alleviate for us. وأعوذ بك يا ربي على نفسي وديني ومالي وعلى جميع ما رزقتني من الشيطان الرجيم إنك أنت السميع العليم. اللهم إنه لا يجيرني منك أحد ولا أجد من دونك ملتحدا فلا تجعل نفسي في شيء من عذابك ولا تردني بهلكة ولا تردني بعذاب أليم. اللهم تقبل مني وأعلي ذكري وارفع درجتي وحط وزري ولا تذكرني بخطيئتي واجعل ثواب مجلسي وثواب منطقي وثواب دعائي رضاك والجنة وأعطني يا ربي جميع ما سألتك وزدني من فضلك إني إليك راغب يا رب العالمين. اللهم إنك أنزلت في كتابك أن نعفو عمن ظلمنا، وقد ظلمنا أنفسنا فاعف عنا فإنك أولى بذلك منا. وأمرتنا ألا نرد سائلا عن أبوابنا، وقد جئتك سائلا فلا تردني إلا بقضاء حاجتي. وأمرتنا بالإحسان إلى ما ملكت أيماننا، ونحن أرقاؤك فأعتق رقابنا من النار. يا مفزعي عند كربتي، ويا غوثي عند شدتي، ويا غوثي عند شدتي، إليك فزعت وبك استغاثت، ولذت لا ألوذ سواك، ولا أطلب الفرج إلا منك. فأغثني وفرج عني يا من يفك الأسير ويعفو عن الكثير. اقبل مني اليسير واعفو عني الكثير، إنك أنت الرحيم الغفور. اللهم إني أسألك إيمانا تباشر به قلبي، ويقينا صادقا حتى أعلم أنه لن يصيبني إلا ما كتبت لي، ورضني من العيش بما قسمت لي يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم صل
We're going to do the 1 day's worth of Qaza Salat, and then after that we will serve the Suhoor. So if people want to get ready for the Qaza Salat, we will be doing that shortly.
Huh?
إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما. الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. أشهد أن علي ولي الله. أشهد أن علي حجة الله. حي على الصلاة. حي على الصلاة. حي على الفلاح. حي على الفلاح. حي على خير العمل. حي على خير العمل. الله أكبر الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله. لا إله إلا الله. صلوات.
They asked me to just briefly explain what is happening. Of course, one of the recommended a'mal is to pray the 100 rak'ahs, right? 100 rak'ahs. By the way, 1,000 rak'ahs in all of the month of Ramadan, by the way. And 100 is on each night of, so 300 for Laylatul Qadr, 3 nights, right? So mustahab to do this. Some people say, you know, if you're spending that time to do 100 rak'ahs mustahab, and I have many years of qada, why not we do 6 days, right, of qada, which is 102 technically, 102 rak'ahs. Some people, they start with dhuhr and then becomes 100. 5 days and 4 prayers, basically. Some people do that. Of course, what we've been doing is 2 days on, you know, the first night, 2 days and 2 days. So it's been 6 days, right? That's how we've been doing it. This is not going to make up for 1,000 months of prayers, by the way, all right? Just in case, the qada umri, I don't know, I'm not sure where this came from, umri, right? It's just basically a qada prayers. Every prayer that was missed has to be made up. There's no, like, multipliers in Laylatul Qadr in terms of making up. In terms of reward, yes, there's multipliers, but not in terms of actual prayers made up. You can pray jama'ah because this is a wajib prayer. Qada is wajib, so you can pray jama'ah, inshallah. Any questions? Alhamdulillah, we are all, inshallah, Alawiyun, inshallah, and Husayniyun and Imamis, inshallah. All right, I'm going to do Iqamah for the first prayer, inshallah, and then we'll do all the 5 prayers for the first day. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah, ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah, ashhadu anna Aliya waliyullah, ashhadu anna Aliyan hujjatullah. حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح حي على خير العمل حي على خير العمل قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله. Day 1 Salatul Fajr. Allahu Akbar. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إنا